life of His Excellency Sir Daniel Williams, former Governor General of Grenada, held at the Parliament Chamber, Mount Weldale, St. George's, on Tuesday, 15th October at 10 a.m. in the morning in the year 2024, be confirmed. All those in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. Those minutes are confirmed.
Item 5, messages from the Governor General. Item 6, announcement by Madam President.
Honorable Senators, again, a warm and pleasant good morning, and my apologies for the early mix-up of the minutes. We are meeting on the eve of our annual Christmas celebrations, the eve by 14 days, thereabouts. And it's possibly our last or penultimate meeting of the Senate. And this is not the time to look back comprehensively. We could certainly do that at the beginning of next year. But since we last met, a number of activities have occurred, and it's important, and I think critical for us to at least be collectively in the same space and understanding of some of the more important ones. I am certain many of you will speak about the number one item on our mind, which is the passage of Hurricane Beryl and what it did to the country, as well as what it allowed the country, especially down here in Grenada where we were least damaged, to do, to rise to the occasion of this almost inexplicable environmental harm. In the immediate passage of the hurricane, within hours, within days, within hours really, our executive and volunteers were in Carriacou and Petit Martinique. We first want to commend them for being so vigilant regarding the warnings and being so attentive regarding the immediate response. I'll come back to that, but I wish to also note that at least one senator who is in the room today told me that within 2 days he and his organization were on the ground in Carriacou, and he may speak to that. But again, the leadership of the country, from among that leadership, was a very swift response. On my part, it took me 5 months. I am a bit ashamed to say, 5 months to get to Carriacou, deliberately in some way, because I did not want to go and drink water and look for shelter and so on at a time when the country was unable to provide for all who wanted to be there. And then the crush of life. But I did go to Carriacou and Petit Martinique last weekend, and I will circulate for you through the clerk at sometime later today the report of that visit. Let me just take the opportunity again to do 3 things. First, to repeat that the Prime Minister, NADMA, and national and international organizations have left a footprint of relief, reconstruction and resuscitation of the society, and certainly from the Office of the President, we commend them. Secondly, we'd like to say that the people themselves have risen to their own occasion, and we want to continue to applaud and encourage them that in this moment of trauma, they turned it into survival and resilience building. And thirdly, I'd like to give you, and I should say that the leadership, the political leadership on the island, Minister Tevin Andrews, and our own Senator Nolan Cox, really their names have been called to me when I was there. And that to me is indicative of the fact of the work they did in addition to whatever we know or saw in the media. So we can feel proud leading as they should in this time of disaster. My visit occurred, as I've already said, in the 5th month following the passage of Hurricane Beryl, which was, as we know, a Category 4 storm when it passed and lingered over Carriacou and Petit Martinique. I understand the eye of the storm lingered for 30 minutes over there. Despite the passage of these 130 days, it was important for the President of the Senate to meet persons and to visit institutions which had suffered in the storm, and to bring the ears, the eyes, the observation, concern, and the solidarity of Parliament and parliamentary oversight of this wing of the state to these sister isles. I did meet with a member of Parliament for Carriacou and Petit Martinique affairs, Carriacou and Petit Martinique, in his parliamentary office. Senator Cox was unavoidably off-island, and I did meet with a number of administrative staff, bureaucrats, technicians, leaders of organizations, and the general public, school teachers, school children. And maybe two observations. The first is that we observed what you all know, that the impact of the storm was massive and the destruction still remains. Damage was widespread, and it was disruptive of all aspects of living, of livelihood, of operations, of governance, and more. The natural environment and the habitat, the built infrastructure, especially homes, office buildings, roads, water tanks, fishing boats, motor vehicles, all still bear signs of destruction and damage and repair. Persons kept telling us that we would have seen worse had we come earlier, and that is true. However, our second observation is that it's clear that the government has led the return to normalcy. Shelters have largely emptied, except we did find a small number of the elderly, the very poor, and children in one shelter. I think the number had moved from hundreds to 20 persons. And in the case of that shelter, one woman said she had gotten the materials to rebuild her house, but she hadn't had labor. And that was a refrain we heard a lot in Petit Martinique, because apparently we know that Petit Martinique is a fishing area. So some of the fishermen said we could fish, we don't really know too much about construction. And my biases came out. I thought every male knows a little bit about construction, but clearly not enough, for the rebuilding of homes. We found also that homes were being rebuilt. There was a village in the Dumfries area that is being rebuilt. And we did see there and in another place, Limleh, we saw houses being reconstructed. The Minister of Housing is clearly aware of that and could speak to it, but it was, I mean, people were really celebrating that they were getting a good house and so quickly. So that again was part of our observation of the build back. There is a bounce back. There is a bounce back to normalcy, and I think that speaks to the Carriacou spirit, the Grenada Sarang. We ate at a restaurant that was fully, three-course meal, including my favorite, a complex chocolate dessert made on site. We did see supermarkets in operation. We did see boats coming out onto the sea and, of course, homes with running water and electricity. So our conclusion is that life is picking up and is going forward amid the mountain of continuing need. The garbage dumps have come down considerably, but they are still there. And houses, so many houses, either without roof or with a temporary tarpaulin. So the work is far from done, but we do pay tribute to the efforts that have yielded, action on the part of the public. And so I encourage you, all of us, to continue our work in the various ways that we are needed. And I do want to encourage the government and NADMA and those agencies. We visited the Nawassa site, lots of organizations, which you will see in the report. I need not take your morning. Morning, Senator, thank you for coming. And I neglected to say that you did send in an apology for your lateness, unavoidably, as you said. Thank you, Senator. The second point I'd like to discuss briefly is the Grenada's participation in the CPC, the Commonwealth Parliamentary Conference, the 67th session, which took place in Australia the early part of November. And we were, as a region, as a CARICOM region, we contested for two positions, the chair and the head of the small branches unit. The chair was contested by Barbados, and we fell one vote shy, one vote shy of securing the chairship of the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association. Yes, it was bittersweet. But it did bring out a great CARICOM spirit, and our speaker, Honorable Oketo, and I were there, and we did Grenada's part in fighting for CARICOM. The other post that the region contested was the chair of the Small Branches Association, Belize, contested and won comfortably, again with a lot of work. Let me go back and say that the winner of the chair was one of our regional allies, a physician from Zambia, and we continue to work with the Africans. Lastly, let me report on the recently concluded Parliamericas session that was held in Trinidad and Tobago, the 4th to the 6th of December. We've just returned. And it was a session that looked at the role of Parliament in ensuring the participation, effective participation of women and men. So the shorthand for it, you could say it was a session on gender leadership and the defining of gender sensitized parliaments. I will circulate summary, because you can anticipate the chair, the speaker and I will aim to implement the 4 basic principles of a gender-sensitive parliament. And one of the outcomes of the meeting was to clarify that when we speak about gender, point I've been raising for years, we are not speaking just about women. In some contexts, I think even in our society, when we talk about gender, we say, oh, that's something to do with women. Let the women handle it. Gender is a relationship. Gender is a learned and unlearned cultural set of norms. Gender is connected and not connected to sex. Gender is connected to socialization and so on and so on. And therefore, we will try to make the parliament more friendly for men and for women. Honorable Senators, thank you for your time, and I believe this is all that I'd like to report at this time. Thank you.
Item 7, ministerial statements.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, and I pass the floor to Honorable Gloria Thomas, Senator, Minister. Champion.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam President. Morning to colleagues on both sides of the House. It is my pleasure to be here this morning to just share with you a little bit of the achievement of the Ministry of Social and Community Development, Housing and Gender Affairs. Madam President, 2024 has been a challenging year for us, but I can say we have rose to the occasion and we continue to press on. My ministry continues to deliver on programs while responding to the social fallout experienced by the passage of Hurricane Beryl. As the saying goes, when the going gets tough, the tough gets going. And that is indeed what we're doing at the ministry. The Ministry of Social Development with the World Food Programme is in the process of implementing the Beryl Relief Income Support Program, BRISP. The program aims to provide income support to qualified households whose income were affected by Hurricane Beryl, especially in Carriacou and pt1 and the northern side of the island, namely St. Patrick's, St. Mark's, St. John's, and part of St. Andrews. And this program will be rolled out for 6 months. An assessment tool was developed to determine the socioeconomic situation of the household and then prioritize the households. This has been done to ensure that the most deserving household receive the benefits. Factors of consideration include socioeconomic situation of the household prior to Hurricane Beryl, employment situation of adults, sector of employment, dependency ratio, and asset owned and lost through Beryl. The ministry benefited from the Hurricane Beryl Relief Grant from the World Food Programme, which formed part of the ministry's response. A grant of $271,600 was received from WFP to support immediate response efforts of Beryl, post-Beryl. Seed program. We currently have 7,725 beneficiaries on the program, and that is households. This month, an additional 20 persons will be added, having received approval from the Appeals Committee. Cash top-up. Seed beneficiary households in Carriacou receive a cash top-up of $330. 394 beneficiaries household benefited from a grant, 295 in Carriacou and 99 in pt1. The seed ATM card. Madam President, I am elated to highlight the launch of the seed ATM card in November this year. That was last month. The card will enable beneficiaries to receive cash transfer directly to their bank accounts. The card will allow ATM withdrawals at any Connex machine on the island. All charges associated with the transaction will be borne by the government of Grenada. It will eliminate the need for beneficiaries to stand in long line to receive their benefits and to help mitigate against the challenges in disaster situations. The card is currently piloted by 60 beneficiaries throughout the island. The intention is to include more beneficiaries in January. After all the glitches are addressed, all beneficiaries will receive their card. Relocation of the elderly and families. The Top Hill Elderly Care Home was significantly damaged in hurricane. As a result, the residents of the home were relocated to the mainland. Subsequent to the relocation, it was determined that the ministry needed to expand its response to accommodate more of the elderly citizens, bearing in mind the high level of risk that they face. 51 elderly were relocated to 10 different locations on the island. Additionally, to date, 6 families comprising 23 individuals have been relocated to the mainland. Accommodation and all needs are being met by the Ministry of Social Development. The ministry wished to inform that the repairs and retrofitting of Top Hill Home have been completed through the initiative of the ministry in conjunction with the Rotary Club of Grenada. The ministry is presently in the process of finalizing arrangements to return the residents to Top Hill back to Carriacou to allow them to spend Christmas in the familiar setting. Psychosocial response. A 20-member psychosocial response team provided social support to Carriacou and pt1. The main objectives to promote psychosocial well-being after burial using various disaster mental health intervention to safeguard against post-disaster mental health issues. The intervention method used was psychological first aid and trauma-informed care counseling. The Ministry of Social Development has established a partnership with UNICEF to support early childhood education. The unit in Carriacou and pt1 was severely impacted by Hurricane Beryl. A grant of $21,360 were given to expand the unit's reach and impact to benefit a greater number of children in need of essential care and support. Gender agenda. Madam President, this year marks a defining moment in our journey to foster a resilient, inclusive, and gender-sensitive society in Grenada. The Division of Gender and Family Affairs, as part of the Ministry of Social and Community Development, Housing and Gender Affairs, has continued to uphold its mandate to advance gender equality through its robust national gender machinery. Last month, Grenada hosted the UN Women's Steering Committee meeting for the Build Back Equal project. The meeting was co-chaired by UN Women Caribbean Representative, Multi-Country Office, Tony Bradba, and yours truly, Minister for Gender Affairs. At that meeting, Grenada received the country report on the economic costs of violence study. The report revealed that violence against women and girls the study was conducted in 2019, and the cost to Grenada is an alarming $63.6 million US. That is how much it costs the government of Grenada to deal with gender-based violence issues. At that meeting, Grenada came in for high praise as leading on gender issues in the region. Madam President, we will continue to press on to ensure that gender-based violence is no longer a threat to anyone. As part of the development agenda, my government took the decision to increase the staff of the division to facilitate improvement in our service delivery. Currently, the staff of the Division of Gender and Family Affairs include Parenting Unit, 9 members, Gender-Based Violence Unit, 7 members, Gender Equality and Inclusion Unit, and the Men's Bureau, 6 members. All units are led by the Senior Program Officer, reflecting enhanced organization capacity. However, there is still a need to increase the capacity and increase the efficiency of our operations. These should include the gender analysis, the gender analysts, GBV case responders, and technical officers with legal, climate resilient, and project management capabilities. Implementation of key gender projects. Build Back Equal, 40% of the project has been implemented. The main focus of this project is to strengthen the capacity of government to integrate gender into policies, perspectives, and interests of most vulnerable groups, including women, girls, youth, and persons living with disabilities. The Gender Equality Policy and Action Plan has been revised and costed. Ongoing reforms are aligned with the revised and costed Gender Equality Policy Action Plan. A National Gender Equality Commission will be established and operationalized to monitor the action plan and facilitate gender-responsive policy. The ministry is in the process of completing the National Disability Policy. The policy is being developed using consultative approach, and the consultant now is currently in the process of finalizing the report. The government, through the Ministry of Social Development, has requested and received support from UNFPA for the development of a national population policy in its quest to create a modern, innovative, and productive economy, where Grenadians are fully equipped with the skills to compete in a dynamic global market. Awareness campaign. We recognize the importance of providing continuous training, public sensitization, and psychosocial intervention in an effort to influence positive societal changes. In this regard, our National Gender Sensitization Program has been scaled up, targeting leadership, public servants, and community members to deepen awareness and drive action on gender equality. As part of our gender-based violence sensitization initiative, GBV sessions were conducted with primary and secondary school students in St. Andrew. GBV awareness campaigns were also conducted in 17 secondary schools throughout the country. This intervention approach is necessary both in terms of addressing issues of our young people that they are already facing, and to serve as a prevention method to stop the perpetration of gender-based violence in our society. Parenting. The parenting unit continues to deliver intervention programs like spicy parenting, parental sensitization, etc. The Boys to Men program, through the men's desk, the first cycle of the Boys to Men program was completed. Project Stop and Think. 201 participants from high-risk communities graduated from the program 2 weeks ago. Behavior modification specialist Dr. Nils Chaitan and his team facilitated the training. This program is a crime reduction intervention program that aims to assist young people to get on and stay on a path from change and peace. Housing. Our ministry continues to provide housing assistance for citizens of the nation. With the passage of Beryl, the housing needs became more acute. Just over 100 houses were completed through the social housing program, 150 repairs completed, 51 bathrooms completed, in addition to the Build Back Better houses. In Carriacou, 27 prefab houses were handed over to Grenada by hands that serve from Trinidad. These homes will be outfitted with stove, refrigerator, beds, and chairs. The final touches are being done, like construction of the steps, so that the beneficiaries can occupy their homes. An additional 20 homes will be built by another company in the coming weeks. One more minute, please. Project 500 is moving ahead. The weather created some setbacks, but the project is into phase 1, getting the model up for display. Community development. We see the commissioning of 3 community centers and the upgrade of 5. Community education sessions were held in various communities addressing topical issues. A number of skill development were done. Fashion designing in St. David's is ongoing. Sewing and tailoring classes completed in St. Andrew. Electrical installation ongoing. A number of solar lights were installed in various communities, as well as the construction of byroads all over the island. Madam President, as a ministry, we continue to be at the fore for development to ensure that all our people enjoy the quality of life that is deserving of humans, a life of dignity, safety, and respect. And as I end, let me take this opportunity to wish everyone here a blessed season and a holy Christmas. Thank you.
Today, the 10th of December, is the 76th anniversary of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, that all human beings are created in dignity. And it is therefore quite welcome to hear your report, Senator Thomas, concerning the creation of dignity and rights in the social sector for Grenadian human beings. Thank you for your report. Senator St. Clair, Roderick St. Clair, the Independent Senator for Farmers and Fishers.
Thank you, Madam President, and good morning to yourself, and of course, good morning to all the members of this chamber, and of course, those on the outside following, and the staff and others in the premises. I rise, Madam President, because I always like to get the reports from the Honorable Minister Gloria Thomas, because it's a ministry that can get left out in a mix of everything in the country, and it's very critical, the span of issues that is covered within the ministry, social affairs, the fabric. No matter what we do, those are key issues, the gender issues, and so on. So I want to commend, and I look forward that we can get these other updates, because while we may be happy looking at whether roads fixing, whether tax collecting, whether police doing the work, these other issues transcend the whole country. And so I have two particular comments, two sort of questions. One relates to the issue of the card, because I know as we try to digitize and so on, and most importantly, the member mentioned the issue of the glitches, and of course we have to understand that issue of technology. And notwithstanding, there might be certain things you cannot say based on security issues, I don't know. But it will be interesting to know what are some of the challenges that might already been observed in the pilot. And of course, we know things have to fix, right? But we'd like to know what the challenges, issues that immediately pop up, particularly with some of these folks. Some might be disabled in different ways, some may not be adapt, because only on the weekend I went to the ATM and I saw two gentlemen there because one have to sort of help an elderly person using the ATM and so on. So how do you handle all of these issues, quality control issues? Maybe you're going to use your card not only to go to an ATM, but to go to a point of sale and buy stuff, and how do you manipulate that? What are some of the feedbacks? And the other issue had to do, interestingly, you know, I'm not too sure Minister gets to increase her staff. I mean, I'm not saying it's not budgeted, but a lot of other ministries, like my pet ministry, Ministry of Agriculture, we seem to don't know how to get it done. Again, maybe you need to teach them how to get it done, because they have a serious staff deficiency there. It'd be interesting to know how you've been able to find a way to get it done. That is my question. Thank you.
Minister Thomas, I think we all want to know how you get such a big staff. You have the floor, madam.
Thank you, Madam President, for allowing me. I just want to respond to Senator Sensei's concerns. In terms of some of the glitches that we currently observe with the piloting, there is a delay sometime to move forward with the transaction, and the bank might take back the card. The machine may pull in the card. So this is one of the things that we observe. We had a training, and I think persons, beneficiaries, they were really up and moving with it, because some persons already had card and they use card. For those who are home, bedridden, and cannot move out, the same agent that used to be collecting for them and bringing it home, that is the same person that was trained and entrusted with their business. So, yes, little glitches, yes, but I think by and large, we're working well. The point of sale feature has not been activated as yet. So later on, Corp Bank say that they will gradually roll out that feature.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Andre Lewis, you have the floor, Senator.
Thank you, Madam President, and thanks for the report from Minister Thomas. I just wanted to make a request or just bring to attention just the following. As we continue to do work in Carriacou, and thanks for your report, Madam President, on your recent trip to Carriacou, and that is good. It is really great when someone else of your stature as the President of the Senate and someone for who you have been known as been able to touch base in Carriacou. That is great. Our union were in Carriacou last week, and we spent about 3 to 4 days on the ground, as we have been doing. And it is important that we bear in mind that as the work continues to be done, the aspect of psychosocial support and other support is really needed, because we know as we try to build back better, it may take time, but we also have to find that balance between getting everything done perfectly and meeting the urgent need of the people. So for instance, we came across a number of workers who have been trying to make it on their own, because they are resilient people, but listening to them, you can hear the voice crackling at some times because they're still in the tents. In some instances, the tents are providing challenges with the rain. I'm using this here to make an appeal to my colleagues, comrades, and everyone in Carriacou, Grenada, who have influence. I know my business colleague here will understand that and appreciate that. It is something I've opposed, and Labour has opposed, especially during Ivan and after Ivan. There's the principle which says that maximizing profit even at the expense of people, where when things are scarce, you exploit as much as possible. That's not how they word it, but that's what it means. We have come across a number of our colleagues in Carriacou who, for the like of us, we couldn't understand it, that even to get assistance with putting on a tarpaulin, people are charging, and charging an exorbitant amount of fees. I mean, yeah, it's, so I'm making that appeal to our colleagues in Carriacou and Grenadians and others who are going to Carriacou to help, that people have tarpaulins, and they are not able to get their tarpaulins on because people are charging $900, $1,000. I've heard $2,000 being called. Yes, as I said, we are on the ground, so I'm making that appeal. Because it is not easy. I mean, I've heard cases that I verily accept based on who I've heard it from, that there are elderly people who basically got ripped off because they needed to get a tarpaulin on. I mean, we expect, as a number of people went to assist, we expect that in times of this crisis, the community will pull ourselves together and assist. So I'm just drawing this out to our colleagues in Carriacou. They said we're on the ground, and whoever else can lend a voice so that some conscience will take place to assist that. And as we speak of International Day of Human Rights, Madam President, as you introduced it, our thoughts and concern goes out to the people of Haiti, to the people of Gaza, to the people of Sudan, and to the people all through the world, right, who does not know what that means today. And I know we'll get to the terrorism bill when all depends on who you fight against today, yesterday and today. You may no longer be a terrorist because with the upheaval in Syria, the leaders, quote unquote, are faces who have been designated as terrorists a few years ago, but now they have been seen prominently on the Western media. I'll just leave that there for the time being. But just once again to call on all of us that whatever assistance we can give to our colleagues in Carriacou and pt1, we should continue to do that. I know it is quite easy that as time passes to forget, but let us undertake to do whatever it is we still can do. While the government and other agencies continue to do as much as they could, I would also request through you, Madam President, that I do not believe that this is something that is done at the leadership level. So let me make this point, because I understand how these things go. But many times your activists on the ground can bring in what I will call political considerations into the need for assistance. So we need to keep preaching to our people to take a humanitarian approach to this matter. And let us put our internal or petty differences apart. Thank you very much, Madam President.
I thank the Labour Senator, Senator Andrew Lewis, for his observations and appeals, and join with you in asking for continued vigilance, continued support. Thank you very much, Senator Lewis. Senator Quince Britton, you have requested the floor, and you have it, sir.
Thank you very much, Madam President. A pleasant morning to you, the members of the staff of Parliament, and my colleagues on the opposite side, as well as members in the gallery. I stand this morning, Madam President, just to give a brief update from our Ministry of Tourism, Creative Economy and Culture. In tourism, in recent times, we had the Tourism Awareness Week, and in that regard, Madam President, our staff at the Ministry, together with SPECTO, that's St. Patrick's organization, environmental organization. They went on a cleanup campaign. They cleaned up the Batway Beach area, Batway Rivera area last week. So we did that. This is something that is very commendable, or we taking the day off just to, provide that kind of assistance and so on, caring for the environment, Madam President. Just let me zero in a bit into culture. The Division of Culture, Madam President, in recent times, we hosted a visiting group from China. This was a Chinese group. It's a Wu opera group. That's in line with our ongoing cultural exchange initiative. The division hosted a group, like I said. They are from the Jinhao province in the eastern part of China, Xinjiang in China. My Chinese is not too, so please forgive me for that. The event, it was a prestigious event that took place over the weekend of November 9th and 10th, Madam President, with a concert that attracted a significant amount of attendees. The performance showcased traditional Chinese music, dance, and theater, offering to the local community an opportunity to experience a unique aspect of Chinese culture. The event was well received and fostered a stronger cultural bond between our nation and China. This initiative is our broader strategy to promote international cultural diplomacy and enhance cultural awareness. Madam President, in most recent times, we had the Arts Festival's finals. The Division of Culture, they also organized and hosted the Arts Festival. The finals of the Arts Festival, an important biannual event that celebrates our artistic talents from various disciplines. This year's finals saw the participation of over 20 schools, each showcasing remarkable performances including dance, music, and theater. And the level of creativity and skill exhibited by the students was very outstanding, Madam President. And the event is a testimony to, we say, the growing artistic talent within our educational system. And I'm sure my colleague is very happy that I really hope that the Ministry of Education could include that as part of the school curriculum, make it mandatory, arts being a part of education. So, Madam President, the work must be commended, and the finals was an excellent platform, like I said, for young artists to showcase their abilities and receive recognition for their hard work. So on that note, this Thursday, the 12th of December, in celebration of the Arts Festival winners, we are going to host an honor the participants. So we're having our winners in concert following this year's competition. So we invite everyone to come down to the Trade Center at 5:30 in the afternoon. So you can witness the performances from all the various persons that took part in this year's festival. And we will be having their award ceremony shortly after, where we recognize them together with their teachers and so on, everyone who had contributed. Pardon me? Oh, and it's absolutely free. So 0 cost to you. We expect to see a packed performance. I think generally on a whole, Grenadians support culture, they support the arts. In just 2 days ago, I witnessed the RGPF having their concert, the Christmas concert, and that was very well attended as well. So putting it out there, there's a lot of ads out for the winners in concert. So I just publicly would like to invite everyone to come down to the Trade Center to witness that. Madam President, I must commend the staff, the hardworking staff, even though they are very small. We hope to grow from strength to strength in 2025 and beyond as we prepare for the next staging of the Arts Festival in 2026, because we do it a biannual festival until we are the capacity where we can host it annually. We welcome whatever suggestions and as well as corporate sponsors, coming on board to assist us as much as possible, because it's a platform for young people or ordinary Grenadians to showcase their talent and be recognized for it, because with the creative economy and so on, Madam President, it's a multi-million-dollar industry, and we want our people to have a platform whereby they can showcase what it is that they have to offer. So, Madam President, I thank you for listening, and if I don't get the opportunity to speak again, I just would like to wish the entire of Grenada, Carriacou, Petit Martinique, everyone who's listening, who's watching on in the diaspora, a very merry and blessed Christmas. Remember the reason why we are celebrating. Look out for those who are not able to care for themselves. It's an opportunity for you to, go and give back to them and so on. So enjoy what is left of the rest of the year. God bless. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Britton. Thank you very much for your wishes, your kind wishes. The floor is offered to Senator Sinclair.
Thank you, Madam President. I just want to, again, thank the member for the updates. The updates is so important, not only for us, but for the nation, so that they know what is happening. Particularly on the issue of tourism, Madam President, I just want to make remarks on this important sector and the partnership that was mentioned with Spectro in the north. At the same time, I want to note from my side, the agriculture side, that we have had from the Grenada Cooperative Nutmeg Association increased collaboration with the Board of Tourism, through which is the main implementer of tourism policies in terms of the connection of more spice replanting and culinary experiences and so on. So it's a very important relationship that is forming among these two organizations that I want to flag. The prospects of that collaboration is not only about the food component and the attraction part, but also ensuring that we remain spicy in its generic form of plants and so on. So I guess much more would be outlined as we move forward, but I think it's an important collaboration that the member also would want to sort of monitor and see how we can move forward, because that linkage we still know is still not sufficiently strong to maximize the real potential that we do have. And it shouldn't just be when something happens, but it should be a modus operandi, if you want to say it, a normal way of operation. So we would continue to be available and continue in that space and support the tourism from that end, because you could be able to gain much income for the country and, of course, provide employment nationwide. So let us keep that close in our hearts. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you for your continuing collaboration. And this brings an end to ministerial statement, except for Senator the Honorable Seville Francis. You've requested the floor, madam.
Thank you, Madam President. Let me, before I proceed, say a pleasant morning to my team, my colleagues on the other side, members in the gallery, Grenada, Carriacou, and PT Martinique, via whatever medium you are viewing or listening this sitting from, including those in the diaspora. I bring greetings to you from the Ministry of Youth and Sports. Madam President, before I proceed in bringing some of the updates from the Ministry of Youth and Sports, particularly the Division of Youth, I want to commend the staff at the Ministry of Youth and Sports for their commitment, their hard work, their dedication. For without them, we would have no achievements and updates to provide to this honorable House this morning. And it is even more commendable, Madam President, because one of the things that I noticed when I joined the Ministry of Youth and Sports is that the staff is of a youthful population. And so a lot of the programs, initiatives, the visions, the execution of those are all coming from young people, and that shows a lot in terms of the direction for our country. So before I proceed, I wanted to place on record my thanks and appreciation to them, especially because we are at the end of the year. It shows all that they have done for the year. So let's move on to the achievements for 2024 thus far. And I'm saying thus far because we still have a few more weeks left in the year, Madam President. But I want to start off with our youth leadership development. So the Division of Youth has conducted 2 workshops, one in November and one in October, engaging over 80 young people, young leaders, in leadership challenges, decision-making, collaboration, and project management. These workshops, they aim to strengthen grassroots organizations throughout Grenada by empowering our future leaders. And we know that we can have leaders, but if you do not harness and if you do not continue to empower them, it's very easy for them to fall by the wayside, Madam President. And from that, we had our youth parliament on a parish level. So we've had 5 of those. And a total of about 96 young participants debated on critical and crucial policy topics. Emerging from that, we had our very first, and I'm smiling because I'm super proud of that, our very first national youth elections, Madam President, where we had over 2,000 plus young people registered to vote. Madam President, that is definitely commendable. The national youth elections, we had 14 youth parliamentarians successful, 14 candidates successful, and they will have access to $5,000 in community grants for impactful projects in the constituencies. And Madam President, if I may just briefly, so we have Ms. Shanita Shade, Sean Williams, Kerry Ann Maras, Joshua Andal, Amanda Japal George, Cameron Sincere, Akim Philip, Sashana McVean, Tariq Miller, Angela Bowen, Akim Williams, Jonathan Mitchell, Vernick Lewis, and Ramaya Griffith. And these are the successful candidates from the national youth elections. And Madam Speaker, I am so proud of these young people. They will have continuous access to mentorship and continuous leadership training that will support these parliamentarians, and the lessons learned will guide improvements for future elections. And we could appreciate that this is our very first. So yes, not everything was smooth, but I am proud to say that it was successful. I want to move on to the Empower program. Now, Empower 3.0, we had 220 participants who received grant funding for education or entrepreneurship. Madam President, the Empower 4.0 project that we are now seeing through, we have 461 young men enrolled with an additional 20 from His Majesty's prison with skills training ongoing. Madam President, I am not sure if we heard, I said we have 20 young men in the prison who are part of the Empower program. It means that we are ensuring that they are rehabilitated properly so that when they get back out into society, they can contribute meaningfully and their lives would not have been lost. Madam President, I am happy to announce that the stipend that the trainees has been receiving has been increased by $200 as of the 1st of December, and the grants will now be increased from $2,400 to $3,000. The certificate and direct skills training has begun on December 2nd, 2024. For the month of November, we had the Youth Volley Fun Initiative, or Volunteer Weekend. And those happened from the 16th of November, 16th, 17th of November, and the 23rd and the 24th. Because of the rain and the flooding that we had, some of these activities had to be pushed back. But we saw projects that ranged from school beautification, beach cleanup, tree planting, mangrove conservation across various parishes, fostering environmental stewardship and community pride, Madam President. Our Youth Talk event. So we have engaged over 1,000 young people in uncensored conversations with government officials. And I also want to thank the team who, even though it was an initiative by the Division of Youth, we had our other parliamentarians and cabinet members joining us at those youth talks to ensure that there was representation across the board and not just from the team at the Division of Youth. Madam President, these young people addressed their challenges and they proposed solutions which was most ideal to us. They presented us with the solutions for the challenges that they had. And Madam President, I personally want to commend the young people of Carriacou and Pt. Martinique, and I said that and I got goosebumps, because despite the challenges that they're currently facing in the aftermath of burial, Madam President, they turned out in their numbers. The room was filled, overflowing with to capacity, and they presented the Division of Youth and the ministers and myself with a vision for 2025 for the young people of Carriacou and Pt. Martinique. Madam Speaker, they show that they know what they want, and we are here to facilitate that. We had our National Youth Rally and Recognition Ceremony, which was just about 2 weeks ago, under the theme, Empower, Engage, Inspire. And Madam President, I can tell you that our young people, they were indeed inspired, they definitely engaged, and they were definitely empowered. In fact, we had a guest speaker, Ms. Taisha Emmanuel, all the way from Anguilla, a beautiful and dynamic youth leader in her own right. And Madam Speaker, our guest speaker shared with me some of the messages that the young people of Grenada, Carriacou, and Pt. Martinique shared with her, sent her messages, expressing their gratitude and how much her presentation inspired them. And Madam Speaker, it shows that we definitely did something right and our event was indeed a success. The Radisson Crown Ballroom was filled to capacity, Madam President. For the National Youth Rally, we had the recognition ceremony aspect of it, and I am happy to announce that our sports enthusiasts and our young sports or athletes, they were recognized and they were gifted, or granted rather, what was promised to them a very long time ago, Madam President. And let me just highlight that Ms. Afi Fletcher received a diplomatic passport and $80,000 for her contribution to West Indies women's cricket. Madam President, Lyndon Victor OBE and Anderson Peters MBE, Olympic bronze medalists, they received finally their deeds and plans for land, something that was promised to them before we even got here, Madam President. Madam President, Mr. Renil Gilbert, a chess champion, received academic support for university studies of his choice. Tyler Smith and Ishana Charles, our Paralympic athletes, they were both granted $5,000 each for their participation. Coach Paul received his land and deed plan as well, Madam President. Finally, Dr. Deborah Ann Stevens John received an official passport and $5,000 for her appointment as ringside doctor at the Paris 2024 Olympics. We also had our logo competition. The Division of Youth logo came about because of a competition that the Division of Youth held, and Miss Leandra Narain received her plaque, her recognition, and I'm happy to announce that along with that, she has mentorship with GOCA, Grenada Office of Creative Affairs, for 6 weeks, and $1,000 towards a short-term course in any creative field of her choice. Madam President, I am happy to report that. We also have the launch of the Elevate Her program. So we have the Empower program for the males. The Elevate Her program continues, well, we have registration ongoing, and that so far we've had over 400 participants or registrants for that matter. The Elevator program is addressed or tailored to address the unique challenges faced by young women between the ages of 18 to 35, and it provides our young women in particular with a second chance where they were not able to complete secondary or primary school education for that matter. The Elevator program is aligned with our National Sustainable Plan for 2020 to 2035, and as it supports the pillars of human capital development. Madam President, we also had our job preparedness and job fair, where we trained over 200 participants in resume building, cover letter writing, and interview skills. As we know, a lot of the times it's not that persons are not qualified, but they just don't know the appropriate way to bring across their qualifications. So we had to ensure that our young people are equipped with that knowledge. Madam President, we also had our AI Youth Summit, and we know that the world is emerging and AI is now a part of us. So we had to ensure that our young people are with the times and they are equipped for that. And we introduced 60 participants to AI technology applications where they focus on entrepreneurship, remote work, and innovative revenue generation. I want to just touch a little on the upcoming programs that we have scheduled for 2025. We have the Elevator program expansion and the Youth Ambassadors launch. We have community grant funds for any community groups that want to access funding to develop their communities, and they can access up to $5,000. We have enterprise-based training programs. In January of 2025, we have the heavy equipment operations program that we're about to unfold, and we have continuous youth leadership programs. Madam President, I just want to say that these programs, all of these programs, aligns with the National Sustainable Development Plan, and they emphasize that we are interested in our human capital development, particularly youth empowerment and economic stability. By investing in the youth, the government aims to create a resilient and self-reliant future for the young people of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit Martinique. Madam President, let me also take this opportunity to thank the young people of Grenada for believing in us, for engaging with us, for holding us accountable, and most importantly, taking the initiative to be a part of all the activities and supporting the Division of Youth and the Ministry of Youth and Sports. Merry Christmas to everyone, if I don't get the opportunity to do that again or to say that to you. And to all young people, I want to encourage you to be responsible for the festive season. I know it is very easy for us to get carried away by the festivities, but let us remember that there is life after the festivities, and let us be responsible in everything that we do. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Francis, for this comprehensive and enthusiastically delivered update on a range of activities for the young people. It's very important to hear. And if I may make a quick little plug that the Parliament has been participating also in the Youth Parliament election. We did provide logistical support, food and transportation, a little bit of financial support, and hosting. So the members of the Senate must feel connected to what is happening with the advancement of the youth of Grenada. Thank you. Senator Sinclair, you have the floor, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Madam President. I feel compelled to rise on the very detailed and profound presentation by our new Senator Francis. I think it's a good example for our colleagues on our side to keep the temperature up, and I always commend my sister Gloria Thomas, and of course I am happy to see the energy. I could imagine the young people listening to this feeling so enthused by all of these things. Of course, I take it that they need to scale up. You know, 2,400, 300, when we're supposed to have like 60% youth population, we're supposed to be talking about almost 40,000 youths. Maybe 16,000 in schools. So you have another, maybe at least about 20,000 that should be what I call exposed within the unemployment, maybe shifting jobs, looking for opportunities. And so we need to find ways to scale up. We need to find ways to translate this into real income so that they can become independent and spend their own money. But it's a good start. It's a good start. So don't say it's not a good start. I like the idea of the issue of the heavy equipment, because I know we speak a lot about that here. We look at the change of the age. And that was a very good initiative. So here, you can see how that translating. Our farm roads, our farmers, and so on can benefit from some of these direct new skills, plowing services and so on. So we say hurry up and come with it. Let us see what happens in 2025 with this opportunity. More importantly, Madam President, and I was very happy, and I always speak about that, and we must not lose sight of this, our sustainable development plan. A lot of money, time, and effort was spent in this thing nationally, cross-political, cross-gender, cross-age, everything, and it's our Bible of development, connecting also to sustainable development goals. And I was very happy to hear the dear Senator connecting a lot of these activities to those points in that document. And this is highly commendable, and it shows focus. And it also would cause more persons nationally to have a copy of the document. It's almost like the Constitution. Have it there, because this is how we hold our members accountable. We can go there now and see. And I know for sure the issue about the age issue was a key issue for using heavy equipment and creating opportunity. And here we see it. And so those two things in particular struck me. And of course, we look forward to more, not 25 and 600, but 10,000, 5,000 in 2025. Thank you.
Thank you for your observations, Senator Sinclair. Senator David Andrew.
Thank you, Madam President. I greet you with the warmest Christ birth greetings possible. I greet my colleagues on the other side and those on this side, and to all listeners listening everywhere, good morning to you. I want to start, Madam President, simply by echoing words of thanks and gratitude to the staff of the Ministry of Education, even as I rise to bring a brief summary of three important initiatives being undertaken by the Ministry of Education at this time. And I want to give commendations and expressions of gratitude to my staff at the Ministry of Education, who continue to work tirelessly in the business of education for the over 25,000 students we serve, their parents, the other local agencies like unions, the regional agencies like UNICEF and UNESCO, and all of these bodies and partners that we have in the business of education, and they continue to work well. So commendations to them. Madam President, the first of the things I want to bring to our attention and to the nation's attention is the government of Grenada's alignment with Monroe University and the impending launch of the first generation scholarship for Grenadians. Now, this is an initiative, you know, the government has the plan to see at least one university graduate in every household. This, we know, will strategically help to break the cycle of poverty that has crippled and paralyzed sections of our population. And we continue to have this as a pressing priority for us. And so in collaboration with Monroe University, we are going to launch, becoming effective in January 2025, the first generation scholarship. Now this targets young persons who are eligible to enter the university by the university requirements, in whose household nobody before has had the opportunity to do a first degree. So this would be breaking ground for those family persons, for these young persons. And in the first cohort, come January 2025, we anticipate having 50 persons, 50 persons from these households where nobody before has had a first degree. The agreements have already been signed, well, not signed, but agreed upon, and we anticipate that the president of the college will be with us. He couldn't come in this December, so we anticipate probably very early in the new year, we'll sign and do the official launch of this transforming initiative in education, the first generation scholarship opportunity. Some of the areas being considered, and let me say Monroe College, Monroe University has campuses in St. Lucia, and they have in New York as well. And so some of the areas being considered at the undergraduate level are allied health science, community health and wellness, health services administration, medical administration, accounting, business administration, business management, finance, general business, sport management, criminal justice, energy and disaster management, human services, hospitality management, computer information system, computer network, and cybersecurity. These are just some of the important areas. And as you can tell, there are several of those areas: cybersecurity, hotel and tourism management. A lot of these areas are critical to Grenada's trajectory and our priority areas. So we look forward to the launch of this genuinely transforming initiative. And so for our Grenadian citizens and young people across the island, I encourage you to go to the Monroe College page, Monroe University page, and apply. Because to get selected, you must have received an acceptance letter from the university. And so we encourage Grenadians, particularly in the rural communities. As Minister for Education, I'm not happy to report that most of the scholarship opportunities stay in St. George, and then some more, little less, but closer, in St. Andrew. So I'm speaking to every young person to the furthest corner of Grenada, Carriacou and Petit Martinique, from Petit Martinique, Carriacou, Sotez, St. Mark, St. John, come all the way down. I will say here, Madam President, I'll be happy to have a bias for the rural communities in this regard. To ensure that persons from those areas go to Monroe University website and apply and get this opportunity. We have the first cohort in January 2025, and we'll have a second cohort of another 50 in September of 2025. So these are golden opportunities, the first generation study opportunity. I want to bring to your attention, Madam President, that as we speak, the Ministry of Education is making significant headway in processing the payments for teachers for the marking of SBA. This was part of the collective bargaining agreement with the Grenada Union of Teachers, and we have discussed the framework to operationalize the payment for SBAs, because there are several technical elements of it in terms of marking, uploading to CXC, and so that has been discussed with the union, and they are pretty much in approval of it, and the ministry has made all the necessary arrangements to begin the payment. I am optimistic that probably some of them can be paid this very upcoming pay cycle, but that's yet to be seen. But all of the groundwork has been done, the consultation with the union has taken place, and payments are being processed. The other thing I would point out is to reassure our teachers, our hardworking teachers, that apart from the 111 or 12 teachers who were initially regularized, there is a further 240 teachers that are currently, yes, whose documents, yeah, are prepared and being sent to the Department of Public Administration for regularization. At the ministry, we are committed to serving the interests of our teachers, to serving the interest of our education fraternity with the hope and the quiet assurance that we want every child in our nation's education system to benefit, and to benefit optimally from our programs, our plans, and our interventions, working along with all our partners and stakeholders. Thank you very much, Madam President.
Thank you, advocate for the rural sector in the field of education, otherwise known as Senator David Andrew, Minister of Education. Thank you, Senator. And I pass the floor to Senator Rahman. Senator Rahman, you are next.
Thank you, Madam President. A pleasant good morning to you and to my colleagues and those listening abroad and in Grenada. I want to congratulate Minister Andrew and what we've just heard with regard to the steps being taken toward tertiary education in Grenada. I think that there has been a barrier for many, many years, and it has been an economic barrier. We have seen scholarships before, but we're happy to see a direct engagement with such a university, and I would like to suggest to him that I didn't hear, of course, cybersecurity, computer science, and the like is very important, but also very important to us is energy, alternative energy, and technicians and degrees in and qualifications in those areas, such as solar, wind, electric, and other systems of energy, so that we can enjoy the benefits of these new systems and these established systems to lower our cost, because the more you keep is the more you really earn, the more that stays with you. And if we're paying a significant amount every month in energy costs, we can do a lot more with that, even in the areas of education and in betterment for our families. I didn't hear you mention the recent training on cybersecurity, and which I thought you would mention, so I would like to mention it for you, perhaps, and to congratulate you on that, because yes, because I have been fortunate to attend the opening ceremony on that cybersecurity training of, I believe, 100 young people, which is very, very much needed in Grenada. We see and we know of Grenadians whose accounts have been hacked, who have lost significant sums of money recently, within the last few months. And we see that all sorts of things appear on our feed or on the internet about what is being offered, even somewhat what the government of Grenada is offering, and these are just phishing sites and so on to get information, to get access to your computer and your email, which is eventually to get access to your accounts. So training on this for individuals, government, businesses, very, very important as we pursue digitalization in our economy. Very, very important. We want to move ahead and not have these setbacks. We have seen in the past what hacks can do to companies and the havoc they can do with regard to people's personal information and so on being stolen. Today being, as you've mentioned, Madam President, today being International Human Rights Day, I wish that we could have a pause in all of the wars, at least for that day, in respect of people's human rights, irrespective of which side you're on. And I hope that the United Nations could call for something like that. Because if we can't pause the killing and the injustice, irrespective of whether you claim you are right or wrong, for one day, then what is the purpose of having that day? We see violence in Haiti, within our own region. We see that, to my knowledge, there are still people in Guantanamo who perhaps have not been charged with any crime for decades. We see sanctions on Cuba that are, I think by now, unfounded or old or outdated. We see what's going on in Sudan and the injustice there. We see over 400,000 people killed in Ukraine and an equivalent amount or close to that in Russia. We see over 40,000 people killed in Palestine, most women and children in Gaza, and that continues. We see people being referred to as human animals, subhuman, less than human. And we thought that those things we left behind with the abolition of slavery. We thought that as a people, we left those things behind, those concepts behind. So it is, we wonder whether we are moving ahead in some cases or moving backward as a people, as a human race. And I would just like to congratulate, listening to all the reports here this morning, what we are doing, because we can't control the entire world, but we can have an effect on our little Grenada. And what's being done in Carriacou, in social affairs, what's being done with youth, what's being done in education, I would like to congratulate the government for the good work that they're doing. And we are seeing the effect, and we want more of it. We want it to continue. Thank you.
I thank you for your suggestion, and I certainly hope that we would find a space and methodology by which to think about it and act on it, possibly, to pause in recognition of World Human Rights Day. And thank you for iterating the list, and such a longer one is still there. Thank you for your sensitivity to the rights of people everywhere, Senator Rahman. And I pass the floor to Senator Claudette Joseph. You have the floor.
Question.
For questions, comments on the presentation,
Yes.
you have the floor, Senator.
Thank you very much. I also wish to acknowledge the presentation by Minister of Education and to ask, and at the same time to make a recommendation as we identify the challenges of our rural communities, youth not being able to access or not making use of the opportunities for the scholarships, to make a concrete proposal that you give serious consideration to having at some pre-organized time, publicly announced, where you can go to different community centers, for instance, to have engagement, to bring consciously, because we have recognized that St. George's is more or less, and St. Andrew. The task is on us who have identified these to bring it to the people. So I'm making this recommendation for your consideration. Also to acknowledge the recent cyber workshops and awareness, and at the same time to recognize a Grenadian hero along that line. And I just used the word hero, it just came out. But a stalwart, Jarvis Dabrio from the ICT, who has been constantly, I think we need to give him a round of applause. He has been almost every morning, I do not wish to say every morning, or it can be every morning, but I've not heard him every morning, calling on the different radio platforms, bringing to the attention of the public the need for this awareness. And he's someone who gives freely of his time. As a matter of fact, he has gotten so good in giving up his time that he's now into farming and planting and explaining to people what needs to be done. He's into writing. And I'm saying this so that the state can make more use of him and to encourage him not to be daunted at any time, but to continue what he has been doing to make more use of the different platforms and communities engagement. I know the state has been using him. I know he has been doing that because he's the ICT guy. But I'm saying, I'm of the view that it is likely that there can be more community localized engagement. And I'm of the view that he'd be willing to do this, but specifically to use this opportunity to ask him never to become discouraged. I don't think he can ever become discouraged, but to go on every and all platforms that invites him to make presentation on ICT matters, because these are extremely important for us. So I just wish to recognize him as we were speaking about the ICT engagement, because he has been doing a very wonderful job in bringing to the attention of the community the need for the elderly, for the youth, and I know the focus is on the youth, but for the elderly and for everyone to be aware of this. So this is just what I wanted to bring to the attention of the House. Thank you.
It's all right now. For Jarvis Dabrio, we recognize him as a senior citizen. He has come to my rescue because senior citizens or persons like myself are targeted. I wanted to make sure the young senators know that I acknowledge my status as a senior citizen. Yes, Senator Joseph, you can smile. So we are grateful to him and all others for the work that they do in our general protection. And in fact, as you mentioned, he is a multi-talented or multi-giver, gentlemen. Thank you, Mr. Dabrio. Senator Sinclair, you have the floor in regard to a comment on the presentation just made. Thank you.
Me, Madam President, to not speak and put my support to the point that Senator Luis has made, because sometimes we say, okay, someone say it already, don't say it, but sometimes we need to flag those things. And the 2 points he made is so critical pertaining to the issue of rural community, having been, myself, Senator Luis, Senator Andrew, we grew up in the same community. Young boys grew up in the same community, and we know what it means to able to have access to tertiary education and how it has changed our lives and our families and the examples that lead in our communities. In a time when maybe there's 1 or 2 scholarships given in the country, way back when we were young, youth, And so there's so much more now, but the access, so the issue of looking at the methodologies, and I'm happy that the minister was able to say that. He wants to see more. And I am, and of course, St. Louis, from the rural communities, we're adding a voice and calling on all our youth outside there to participate. Let the parents ensure, because it's better than a bank account. The value of these scholarships can be in excess of almost 200,000 EC dollars, $250,000. Some of them don't even have the land papers enough to even go to a bank and get this money to send a child to school. And I say this because we understand, and to highlight the need for them making the efforts, but also for the efforts to get out to the churches, the community centers, let it, whether it's the QR code, how to get into those spaces so that we can able to ensure that there is participation. And maybe it might be a policy to really create some sort of quota and say, you want to make sure at least 50% or so much percent goes out to these areas. I don't think no one will fault you for that. We need to really lend a voice to you on that. I really wanted to commend on this particular issue, Madam President. On the issue of the payment for the SBA, I'm really happy to see that. I mean, as a teacher myself, I remember doing double award SBA in agriculture. I have 30 and 40 students in a class, and you have 2 sets of SBA to do, apart from all the other work. And so I think it's an important consideration for the teachers, and that's why you never give up on fighting and struggling for anything, because the day of glory and happiness must come, as we see now. So we have to continue the struggles at all times.
And the Minister of Education will respond, and we will cut to you, Senator Joseph.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. Listen, I just want, Madam President, with your leave, to thank my colleagues on the other side for your comments. Indeed, at the Ministry of Education, we do have outreach, and in fact, we do go to communities. Sometimes the Scholarship Human Resource Development Department, they'll go to various communities, they'll go to Sortes, they'll go in Granville, they'll go to different places, they'll organize career fairs, sometimes in a car park, and try to promote this. But I'm happy you're saying that, because I think the appeal is for our communities to do this more, because the department is relatively small, and I'm not sure how many days we can engage in those kinds of outreaches. We've tried to look at additional methodologies for promotion, the Facebook and the radio. They were even on the radio with a couple of months ago maybe, advertising scholarship opportunities. So we've looked at different modalities to publicize what's being offered. But we'd be happy if, as you mentioned, Senator Sinclair, churches and other responsible community leaders could spread this news in our rural communities more, so that when these opportunities come, all of us could push to see that our young persons, particularly in those rural communities, take those opportunities. But we'll continue to do that. So I appreciate the additions that you've made to that, and I just wanted to stress that we will look forward to other community leaders joining this to ensure that more of our young persons take it. And I want to thank Senator Rahman for pointing out the cybersecurity training. Now, I was trying to be pretty brief, because my colleagues tell me sometimes I stay too long, so I was trying to stay within the timeline. But one of the things you can look forward to as well is our scholarship policy. Now, that is another fascinating piece of document that we have a draft. A subcommittee of cabinet has been identified to review it. It's, as we speak, my officers at the ministry are fine-tuning it. And that scholarship policy will determine how we treat with the priority areas, including cybersecurity, in a more sustained way. So apart from the training that was just launched, there will be other areas of priority, the health sector, agriculture, food security, a number of other areas that we will focus, and those areas will be prioritized for additional study opportunity. I'm excited about that, and so when it's fully approved by the cabinet, you will hear more about it. But a lot more of that will come in that kind of forum, the scholarship, national scholarship policy that's being finalized at this point. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. And to reinforce that, if I look on this, on your side of the room, there are 5 of you from the rural sector, educated products of the rural sector. Therefore, I am sure you appreciate the value of that, and you will continue to expand that. I could look on the other side of the room, and it's not surprising then that you applaud and welcome this initiative. If you are not from the rural sector, Senator Rahman, your father, your grandfather, your mother, your grandmother, Senator Lewis, Senator Sinclair. Well, Dwight Horsford, I don't know where you are from yet. But the young physician sitting next to you is from the rural sector. So this is a season, legislative and executive, in the promotion of education for the rural sector. Thank you all for your contributions. On my way back from the meeting in Trinidad and Tobago, I had the pleasure of boarding the aircraft with a team from Grenada, legal team from Grenada who was returning, having presented at the highest court, the International Court of Justice. And my chest was so proud that Grenada had presented before the International Court of Justice. Leading that team is the woman who is about to speak to us, our Attorney General, Minister of Legal and Labor Affairs. The Honorable Senator Claudia Joseph, you have the floor, and welcome back from the ICJ.
Thank you, Madam President. And I imagine even if I didn't intend to give a statement today, you've kind of put me on the spot. So, Madam President, I would, with your leave, like to update the court on 2 matters. Sorry, this Honorable House, on 2 matters. I guess I'm still in ICJ mode. Madam President, in my capacity as Minister for Labor, I would like to reiterate our firm commitment to the workers of Grenada and to reassure them that every step we take as government in relation to workers would be in their best interest, and having fully taken all relevant matters into account. Madam President, this government inherited a situation at the Ministry of Labor where we were woefully in default of our obligations under the International Labour Organization Convention. We were not, as we are required to do by Article 22 of that convention, reporting, filing regular reports, or responding to questions and comments from the ILO and other states. There are various ILO conventions, many of which we have signed on to and ratified, and as such have certain obligations in accordance with international law. One of those obligations, Madam President, is to file regular reports as required. Some conventions require reports to be filed every 3 years, some every 6 years. The last report that we filed, as the records show, would be in 2015 thereabout, and after that, we filed none. So if you went on to the ILO website, you would see Grenada as one of those countries in default in the red, not looking good on the website. Madam President, I am pleased to announce to this Honorable House that on 16 September 2024, we filed 18 reports that were outstanding. Some of them, as I said, for over a decade. And these reports range from matters relating to workmen's compensation in agriculture, to occupational safety and health, to freedom of association and the right to organize, as we speak today, of the day being International Human Rights Day. We were not filing our reports in relation to these matters as they connect to workers. Public contracts, protection of wages, just like previously we were not amending the minimum wages order, we were not filing reports in relation to protection of wages. The right to organize and collective bargaining, minimum wage, tripartite consultation, domestic workers, maritime labor, occupational safety and health. So this is just a sample of the 18 reports that we have filed, which now have us in compliance with our obligations under the ILO Convention. One of the benefits, Madam President, of filing these reports and staying on top of them is that they allow states to readily recognize gaps in your domestic legislation that need to be filled to enhance the lot of workers. So in preparing the reports for filing, we were able to identify certain gaps that we hope to fill when we do the comprehensive amendment to the Labor Code, which we aim to accomplish before the end of the first quarter of 2025. We meant to do it this year, but we are to ensure that we have full and rigorous consultations in relation to some of the amendments that will come. So, Madam President, I am pleased to report to this House that we are now in compliance with our requirements under the ILO and ready to do as we need to in 2025 and to stay in the black, so to speak. Madam President, the second matter on which I would like to report to this Honorable House is the one that you alluded to. As you referenced climate change in your opening statements and when you were reporting to the House, and as we know, climate change is a real and present danger for all states, but particularly small island developing states such as ours. We don't need to be convinced, because we are first-hand victims of more ferocious hurricanes, more extreme weather events, longer and harsher dry seasons, and torrential and devastating flash floods. We experience it all. So, Madam President, in 2023, the UN General Assembly, by consensus, referred questions to the International Court of Justice requesting an ICJ opinion on the obligations of states in relation to climate change, and particularly in relation to larger states and their obligations to ensure that the lot of smaller states that are in disadvantageous positions based on geography or economy or so, that they are not particularly prejudiced by the actions of larger states. And it was open to all member states of the UN to make legal arguments and submissions before the ICJ. SIDS led the charge that resulted in the UN General Assembly referring the question to the ICJ, and Grenada was at the forefront of this. And Madam President, Grenada led in ensuring that as many Caribbean states as possible participated in the ICJ. For many of us, including Grenada, our states had never appeared before the ICJ in any matter. And Madam President, what we did was that we led the effort that saw us hosting a right shop in Grenada in February of this year. And the purpose of the right shop was to apprise states wishing to participate in the hearings on how to proceed before the ICJ, how to prepare your submissions, learning the rules of procedure for the court, and also helping persons who are going to be advocates before the court. And so in Grenada, we hosted almost all the Caribbean countries in February, and then as a trial or the hearings drew near, there was a second workshop that Barbados hosted. So the Caribbean region, we coordinated well in presenting our submissions to the court. Antigua and Barbuda, Bahamas, Belize, Barbados, Grenada, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, St. Lucia, Dominica, and most of us took part. Those are the ones I can remember offhand. And Jamaica also was there, and most of the Latin American countries, Dominican Republic as well. And as I said to the court, I was quite honored and privileged to be given the opportunity to lead Grenada's delegation in presenting our oral arguments before the court. From all of the feedback we've gotten, and I dare say from some of the reactions of the members of the bench, I think we were the only country that was able to draw some kind of reaction from some members of the bench, because we presented a very impactful video narrated by the Prime Minister to open our submissions, which basically told the story of our experience of the devastation caused by Hurricane Beryl and some other environmental issues that we argued were caused by climate change. And of course, we presented other evidence and legal submissions in writing and orally to the court. The hearings continue until the 13th of December, as all the participating states and organizations present to the court. So it's ongoing now, and we hope in 2025, we don't have a date yet, to get an opinion from the court. And we believe, based on the submissions that we heard while we were there and that are ongoing, that the court will render an opinion favorable to small island developing states and to states that are particularly affected by climate change in general. So we look forward to that, and we were quite pleased to be representing on this international stage. The other members of the delegation included Crown Counsel Ms. Ray Thomas and Dr. Justin Sobian, who is a Trinidadian national. He is a subject area expert and lectures at the University of Auckland in New Zealand. And of course, our Ambassador Raphael Joseph provided excellent support to the delegation. I would like to place on record here our profound thanks to Minister Karine James and her staff at the Ministry of Climate Resilience for supporting us in preparing and for first alerting the AG's chambers of the need to participate in these proceedings, and also to the staff of the Ministry of Legal Affairs who helped with the preparation, and a lovely lady, I know her as Mrs. Singh. She hand knitted some bright scarves for us in the national colors that caused us to stand out among all 100+ nations. So thank you very much, Mrs. Singh, for outfitting us as we made our appearance at the highest court in the globe. Thank you very much, Madam President.
And let the record show that the Senate of Grenada extends its thanks and appreciation to all those you have named, and clearly and particularly to the delegation that made the presentation with you at its helm. We want to thank you very much for advancing the cause of climate justice for SIDS and the rest of the world. Thank you, Senator Joseph, and to thank you also for your report on meeting our legal obligations with the comprehensive reporting to the ILO. I was glad to hear you say that you're then allowed in the reporting process to explore, to identify gaps, because it's a continuous process, and I was thinking of where you can keep going in the interest of rights and justice for workers. Thank you. And the floor is offered to Senator Andre Lewis, Labor Senator.
Thank you very much, Madam President, and thanks for the brief update from the Minister for Labor. And I wish to place on record our acknowledgement that the Ministry for Labor has been making some strides. We have a long way to go still, but at least there are some strides. Certainly, one of the points that were not mentioned is certainly the increase in staffing, which is really good. And certainly with the increase in staffing, one look forward to continuous training and upgrading of the knowledge base of the members of the Ministry of Labor. Yes, we are part of the process that is looking at the review of the Labor Code, and that has been going on for a while. But there is a matter that needs urgent attention that the Privy Council have already opined on. And for us, as much as we are prepared and have demonstrated our willingness to work within the confines of the Labor Advisory Board, we still think that this matter can be pulled out, which we call access to the court. As a matter of fact, the Privy Council has indicated quite clearly. As a matter of fact, the Privy Council did not mince words. And you know, these people, they choose their words in a particular way, and the fact that they were able to speak about certain bad-minded employers who can make use of the gap or the graph or whatever it is you call it, which you do not agree with, but that's what they have said, and they are the highest court. Yes, simply said that we need to come to this house and state clearly that the workers have a right to go to the court. It's simple like this. Amendment of the law. In other words, so we are using this opportunity because the minister has raised the aspect of the amendments to indicate that what is needed on this matter, because as we speak in respect to the power relations, where an employer could constantly say no, 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 it therefore means that even if we decide to seek redress in the court, the Privy Council have accepted the arguments of the lawyers who made the arguments for the bourgeoisie class, that we do not have right to go to the court, right? So it is our responsibility to do this. So I'm just flagging this, Minister. Secondly, allow me to make a connection. As we address workers' issue on the legislative front. And as we increase and improve our reporting to the ILO, there are some practical matters. The question of transport. Question of transport because a worker issue. Question of transport for workers to be able to get to work on time. The question of workers being able to get from work to their home. Yes, I know that the state has indicated that they are given some focus on transport, and they're in the process of getting applications from private bus owners, but that is for a school bus pilot project. But as we do that, the question of productivity that rears its head so many times. When we pass workers on the road after 7 in the morning, after 8, minutes to 9, after 9, who have been out on the road since minutes to 7, but they cannot get transport to go to work. When workers, especially in the south of the island, where our multimillionaires live, right, because the hotel belt, and in many instances, in this, the day of human rights, international human rights, where our sisters, our female, those who are most exposed, have to trek their way from the south of the island after bringing in millions of dollars to our people in the south, and who do not care as to whether or not they get home safe, and the employer have a duty of care to ensure that the worker gets safely to and from work, and especially from work. Because what will happen, what account will you give to the nation and to the mothers, young children, and the mother if they were to leave your place, your 5-star and 4-star and 3-star hotel, after completing a hard day's work and a hard night's work, and they are able to reach home because they have disappeared, because they flogged a ride? Yes? We have heard cases of the challenges that our female population have gone through, what they are faced with having to get a ride to go home. And I'm saying, I'm calling on the state. We cannot get everything right, meaning that we are not able to line up all of our ducks. We cannot put all 12 in a way so that we can shoot each and every one down properly. If we believe, as we believe we ought to do, recognize that transport is a major problem, the state must invest, probably take some of the monies from the IMA Grenada, the former CBI program, right? We boasted last year, proudly so, I think it was last year, that the amount of money, revenue that we raked in. We have not yet heard how it has been spent. And some people speculating maybe for the houses, I mean, all good. But we are saying take some of these and get to transport, whatever amount of buses that you want to bring in. Colleagues, we engage our workers in every so often. And I can tell you the challenges that they have. So I'm using this opportunity to call upon the state. Whatever it is you have to go into the private sector or bring in your own transport, even whether you run it on the hour from 6 in the evening or whatever it is, along the major corridors, it will assist. Also, it is great to hear that a number of public officers, namely teachers, will be regularized or made permanent, as the term, and the government must be commended for that. It is better late than never. But at the same time, I know it was the Minister of Health is not here. I mean, he used to be here, but he's not here. I'm not sure he's reporting for health. Yes, but I'm not hearing anything for the doctors and nurses. And so we are calling, we would like to hear, and not just for doctors and nurses, but all the public officers. We would like to hear more of the orders that will be made. So I'm saying that we recognize, Labor Minister, that what has been done and what continues to be done, but there are other factors that we need to pay attention to, because you see the office can't start to function properly as it is doing, but we also need to address these matters. And transport. Well, I am aware that if there are 15 people in a cabinet, you can have more than one step at a time. All 15 people could be making different steps. In other words, one step at a time may be for one person, because they have different responsibilities. And what I do know, that the current state has demonstrated that when it wants to make a decision, whether it consults or not, it makes a decision. And therefore, I'm saying, what that tells me, it is a matter of what you prioritize. So I am asking, on behalf of labor, on behalf of the worker, organized and unorganized labor, to make transport a priority. I say I'm aware of what has been done, or what is about to be done in relation to school children, and that's commendable. It is not yet done, but I can see steps in that direction. Right? So I'm saying that we also know that you can make one step at a time, but as we just say, you can either do one today, one tomorrow, right? One today, one tomorrow, or you can do a number today. You can do quick match, you know. There's something called quick match or slow match. So I'm making this appeal, and end once again by indicating that we in Labour would like to see the directives of the Privy Council, because that's our present highest court, to be addressed with what we call making a slight amendment. In our view, we have made a proposal. It is a change of a word to give access to justice for the ordinary workers. I was asked by a worker. I would not tell you what some of our colleagues said, and it crossed my mind, but I didn't verbalize it. When a worker asked, well, look, if we are dismissed or so, there's a problem. It's no more than dismissal. And we can't go to the court. How else should we solve that problem? I'll leave all to consider what that answer may be. Thank you very much.
I thank the Quick March Labor advocate for his observations. Thank you, Senator. And Senator Sinclair, you wish to make some observations?
Yes.
Sure.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam
you.
President. We have to commend, of course, the Minister, Attorney General, for this action. And as my good friend Saint always say, we have to have many steps, because a lot of different conventions and so on that need to be activated. I guess there might be some that might be easier based on situations. Because the lack of reporting, it's a matter. Sometimes you're doing research, you're writing up a project, and you try to get certain data, and you cannot. And then it creates problems. Sometimes you have to report to some of these project agencies, you know, what is percentage of male, percentage of youth, and then your data is different to what the nation have, because the nation has 0. So you have to make up something which is also very highly risky, because during monitoring and evaluation process, the realities might be different. And then you create a whole issue of jeopardizing. So I say this in passing, but the substantive point, Madam President, is one of the conventions that I understand that from the presentation by the Minister that was addressed is the issue of workmen compensation, Agriculture Convention 1921, number 12. I guess that is the specifics as I do the research quickly as she was speaking. And what I interpret that, not interpret, what the Article 1, which is the most important part of that, says, because each of the convention has an article, and this one speaks to each member of the ILO which ratifies this convention, meaning Grenada, undertakes to extend to all agriculture wage earners. So basically all agriculture workers involved in the agriculture sector, its laws and regulations which provides for the compensation of workers for personal injury by accident arising out of the course of their employment. I interpreted that there's supposed to be some data being collected and so on, and then this is reported saying 20 persons, 40 persons, such that they can start looking and see if there are certain trends and implications for, again, workers' rights. That's what ILO basically is dealing with. And so my question really is, sometimes we sign on to a lot of these things, but we don't put in the internal mechanisms in place. My understanding, based on the presentation by the Attorney General, that 2015 was the last posting of data. I'm not too sure if this particular one was never reported on, if it was last 2015, or if it was 2012. So I'm interested in sort of getting some history on that. When last we really reported, and what is the internal mechanisms in the country to capture this data? How does farmers who employ workers, how do they get this information through? Is it when they go to the doctor and the doctor capture whether he's your agricultural worker, and how does the doctor report that? So sometimes certain things don't happen because the mechanisms is very difficult. And then I guess maybe some person don't want to doctor certain figures. And being in the sector, this is very critical because it has impact on productivity, it has impact on training, it has impact on our NIS, or national insurance, and all of those issues. Has been a major sector in this country with almost 10,000 farmers, fishers. The impact of that, if everyone hired this one person, immediately that's 10,000 workers already. So it will be interesting to know what is going on around this and in what way we within the agriculture sector can collaborate and provide justice in that space of time. So it seems that the farmers have justice issues, the workers even seem to have justice issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you for raising these important labor issues in an important sector, agriculture. And in the Senator Rahman.
Thank you, Madam President. So I would just like to congratulate Senator Joseph and Grenada leading that mission, very important mission to highlight to the rest of the world what we face. With regard to the labor issue, and with regard to what my colleague has just mentioned about transportation, transportation is a major issue for employers in Grenada, as it is for employees in Grenada. There are a lot of different challenges in growing an economy. Labor on the whole is an issue. We see it in Carriacou. There's a shortage of carpenters. Almost everywhere you pass in Grenada now, I mean, for the last few years, we've had an increase in tourism, tourism-related activities. And we hope to see the same increase in 2025 and beyond in agriculture to meet the demand of tourism in terms of consumption. And we are seeing an increase in construction as well over the same period. And that's good for our country. But what that means is that we have a shortage of labor, because you can't scale a country without addressing the labor supply. And as we continue to grow, and our GDP continues to grow, and construction continues to grow and develop, we will need to work, we will need a more robust supply of labor. And I can tell you, it is one issue that the business community is facing. Not even the business community. If you want to build a home, try to get a contractor, try to get a tiler, and see how difficult it is to get a tiler to come and to do your job at home, to do your bathroom. If you want to add on to your garage or you want to build something, see how difficult it is to get labor to do the job. So that's a challenge, that in terms of drivers, forklift operators, tilers, as we scale, it is something that if we have to train, and we have to have the local training programs locally. We have to identify what is needed, what we need to scale, and train within first. But at the same time, if it's not available, we have to make sure that we do temporary arrangements with our neighbors, just like Guyana is doing. Right? If our economy is growing and we get into other areas of industry through growth, areas that we don't have expertise in, we have to bring in the expertise. And we have to make sure that we have a seamless progression. First, we make sure that it is available locally. And if it is not available locally, and the industry needs it in order to scale, we need to look regionally, in the same way Guyana has done, and Trinidad has done, and Barbados has done, and throughout CARICOM. And so that system needs to work for individual islands and also for the rest of the region. With regard to transportation and whose responsibility is it, I mean, as we grow, we hope that the jobs will be more available throughout the country. We see now with hotels in St. David's that people in St. David's don't have to leave to come down to the south of the island to get a job in tourism. And as we grow and the economy grows, we hope to see more of that. Because you shouldn't have to go to work in the south. You should be able to get a job in your own area. But if you want to go to work in the south, then you should have the transportation system to be able to support that and to be able to pay and make some arrangement either through the employer, with government, or yourself for that purpose. So that's one of the challenges that I see that with regard to what Senator Lewis has just mentioned, the labor issue. And it is definitely a conversation that the ministry can have with the Chamber of Commerce and the Hotel Association, with the business community, to make sure that we are all on the same page as we grow our economy. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator. Comprehensive discussion of labor from the point of view of transportation, as well as productivity and other. I think we have heard all the ministerial statements and comments that's been requested of us to hear this morning. I want to thank all of you, all you honorable senators who are privileged to be in the administration of the state, and to hope that you have received the congratulations and you've also received the recommendations. Thank you very kindly. Item 8.
Item 8, presentation of papers and reports from select committees.
Leader of Government Business.
Thank you very much, Madam President. It has been a nice discussion surrounding the ministerial statements. But before I go into the presentation, Madam President, I would like to use this opportunity to also congratulate Senator Dwight Hosford. It's my first opportunity sitting together with him. I was absent for the last sitting. So I'd like to congratulate you on your appointment to this honorable house. And Madam President, I would also like to make a little comment in regards to blowing our own trumpet. I mean, if we go to blow our own trumpet we can do that for the entire morning. But I'm happy to see that my colleagues on the other side are reminding us of some very important issues that need to be highlighted, and especially the transport and the cybersecurity issues. And I also want to remind the House that some of the issues that we are raising, those were questions that have been asked maybe for decades in Grenada. And we are happy to be addressing some of them finally, especially the transportation issue, as we witnessed yesterday, that very important issue by the Transport Commission. So, Madam President, I would like to present the 7 papers and reports from the selected committees. Number 1, report of the Director of Audit on the Public Accounts of Grenada for the year ended December 31st, 2016. Number 2, report of the Director of Audit on the Public Accounts of Grenada for the year ended December 31st, 2017. Number 3, report of the Director of Audit on the Public Accounts of Grenada for the year ended December 31st, 2019. Number 5, statement on the Supplementary Appropriation Bill 2024 Fiscal Resilience Oversight Committee, September the 10th, 2024. Number 6, Fiscal Resilience Suspension of the Public Debt Target and Primary Balance Rule, Order 2024, to be laid in the House of Representatives and accompanied by the memorandum required, Section 9, Subsection 2 of the Fiscal Resilience Act 2023. And number 7, Annual Report to Grenada Investment Development Corporation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Adrian Thomas. Honorable Senators, these reports, these 7 reports, some going well back into, at least one into 2016, and bringing us right up to date. The report of the Fiscal Resilience Oversight Committee, its 2024 report, September 2024 report, gave us an opportunity to look at the direction of travel of the public accounting and public accounts system in the country. Any comments, discussions? The floor is open. First, let me request of you, with your permission, to have the papers laid before the House. All those in favor of having these papers and reports laid before the House, say aye. Those opposed, say nay. The papers are formally laid before the House, Senate House. Seeing no request, Senator Rahman.
Thank you, Madam President. So I would like to make a few comments. The first is that the audits of public accounts, the private sector is required to make more up-to-date audits, meaning audits in a more up-to-date fashion. We are reviewing 2016 to 2019. That's a long time ago. It's important, I mean, in 2016, the government was still paying loans from Ivan. They were still paying back debt from Ivan. So it's important that we have relevant financial information to review. The document from FROC does give us some relevant information, and that is the report on the supplementary appropriation bill. We note that this bill, the appropriation bill, was funded through the insurance policy that government had, also a small amount through grant funding, but most of all, it was funded from local, what you call domestic revenue reserves, 145 million. And I want to commend the government for that, because what they have not done is taken on additional debt. That's very important. So even if we realize that the government has moved away from their financial targets in terms of the 1.5%, and they have moved away, as it says in the different reports, from those financial targets that they have agreed to, that FROC regulates, they have still funded this supplementary budget largely through local means, through what they call domestic revenue reserves. And while that may have an impact on the reserves, what it does is save us from interest payments years and years and years and years down the road. So currently, in 2016, from looking at the reports, we paid about $84 million in interest. Government of Grenada. In 2017, it was still in the 80s. And then in 2018 and 2019, it moved into 64 million and 61 million and so on in interest payments. And as a percentage of our, when you average it out, so you add all of the interest and you add all of the revenue, it's about 9%. 9% of our revenue, and that's not including principal, I don't believe. It just says interest payments. So 9%. So that is the reason why there are targets, and at 2035, we are supposed to go down to 60% of our GDP, debt to GDP ratio. But we want to go below that. That 60% is what the European Union has set for themselves. But we are not the European Union. We can't raise funds the way they can raise funds. So we have to, I would like to see a lower target, meaning closer to 50% by 2035, if that can be achieved. But we know with the passage of Beryl that government has had to move away from these targets, naturally so, because they're faced with all of this damage on all of this infrastructure work, and they have to get the money to do so. So we see the effect on it this year, and we note the effect on it next year. Next year will also be negative, based on the projections. So what I would like to mention to government is, it says in a report here, the report from FROC, about data collection. Let me see if I can find that. Just give me a moment. It speaks to the lack of certain data, and it has been mentioned 3 times, twice in this FROC document and once in the midterm report. I would like those who prepare the financial information that is being given to FROC to pay special attention to what they are saying in this report, because if they don't have access to the data that is needed, right? It says here, as indicated in the mid-year review report, and I quote, data challenges persist in collaboration with other countries in the Eastern Caribbean Currency Union. A strategy should be developed to address the data deficiencies. Now, if we have data deficiencies in reporting, it affects the work of FROC, and it will affect our reading of these documents. So these documents are only as good as the accuracy. What is presented to us here, none of us go into details, but if we are asked to go into details with the documents that are presented to us, we need to make sure that FROC is getting the data that they have asked for. Again, it says here that the estimate for economic growth is a reflection in part of the data challenges associated with the determination of the GDP. So if we have data challenges, I hope the other side government is taking note that they need to look into that and see, consult with FROC, see where those data challenges are. I did reach out to FROC to get some more information, and they would be happy to provide that to government so that these gaps can be met. In terms of our revenue as a country, in 2016, our actual revenue was 728 million. It then went up to 8 something, and by 2019, it was at 935. And from this FROC report, total revenue estimated for 2034 is 1.4 billion. So clearly, we can see growth in the economy, in the Grenada's economy over the year, significant growth. And that is something that we are all contributing to. And the enabling environment for that growth needs to continue. And that's why I mentioned the issue about labor and the challenges there. And finally, with regard to the audited statements, it is the opinion of the auditor in his comments, for example, for 2019, where he states more or less that the public debt under the 2019 accounts is overstated by $102 million. How could you make a mistake like that in these documents? There are mistakes in the documents that I have been able to identify. I wouldn't bore you with that going through it now, but there are certain inconsistencies in terms of the reporting that needs to be looked at. And I would be happy to mention it too. So for example, in 2017, under the detailed statement of revenue, I'll just give you one quick. Under the detailed statement of revenue in 2017, the debt is listed in the same document above as 858, sorry, not the debt, the revenue is stated at 858 million, and in the detailed statement it is 1.6 billion. That's a wrong figure. So it's not a major thing because we recognize that it's a mistake, but more attention needs to be paid to the final statements that are presented to us. That's it for me with regard to that. I thank you.
I want to thank the business representative for your comments that I think are germane both to business and to general interest. The question of debt management is significant, and we'll come to that as I cede the floor to Senator Lewis.
Thank you, Madam President. And just in relation to the FROC report on the supplementary budget, if we were to look under the wage bill, and that will be page 9 of 11. It's page 9 of 11. It speaks about the inability of the committee to really make an informed assessment based on the fact that the information presented were really lumped together. It was not disaggregated. And why am I flagging this? I'm flagging this because in our discussion on the supplementary budget, and sometimes other documents presented by the government side, and my mind goes back to the 50th anniversary celebrations, when the document for the $17.5 million that, or whatever amount came before us, it was lacking in detailed information. In other words, you're doing a budget, but you did not give any projected line item. We raised a similar concern when we were doing certain aspects of the supplementary budget. And I recall the 200 is the 200 homes by 50,000, something that came up to, I think, $10 million versus $15 million. Either 20 by 50, whatever amount that gave, we had flagged this, And I'm saying that the FROC committee is also making an observation. And all that we are doing on this side is to call for more detailed attention to be placed when presenting those information. The Senator for Business picked up some information from the 2017-2019 that was done currently. Yes, these are oversights and errors, but it is important that when these documents are coming to us or to anyone or to any organization, that due diligence be taken in terms of oversight to make sure that you minimize the errors as much as possible. Because sometimes they read into us like this, when these documents are reviewed by international organizations and trade secretariats, sometimes they come to the conclusion that we are not too focused on what we are doing. So I want to use this opportunity once again to call, and I know my colleagues on the side here, they are not the ones that are preparing the documents. So this is not at you, but obviously you're the ones presenting it. So we have to speak through you. We have to speak through you. We have to speak through you. And therefore it is he who presents. It is his whole responsibility to take ownership. So this, we hope, will be taken in the spirit of which it is intended, so that when we are reviewing the documents, we can be sure that what we are reviewing basically reflects as accurately as possible that which ought to come to us. And I just highlighted page 9 of 11 for you on the wages. Yes. But before I end, we must recognize and compliment the fact that we are trying to bring our accounts in terms of reporting up to date.
I thank you, Senator Lewis, for your observations. Other comments? Leader of Government Business, Senator Thomas.
Madam President, I would just like to say, express my gratitude for the observation that was made to those presentations from the other side. And I will definitely take the information to the necessary authorities so that, and highlight it to them so that at least those errors would not be made in the future.
I thank the Senator, and as the bills were read out, I mean, the reports and papers were read all together as a package, and indeed they are a package. I'd like to continue to take them as a package in seeking Senate approval, in which case, honorable members, the proposed papers and reports proposed for your endorsement are placed before you. All those who are in agreement that the Senate receives these reports, say aye. Those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. The slew of reports are acknowledged and accepted by the Senate.
Item 9, petitions. Item 10, government notices. Item 11, unofficial notices. Item 12, questions. Item 13, personal explanations.
Thank you, Madam President. I stand here on a very personal note for the records, and it would be remiss of me to not have it into the record, basically to give my personal thanks to everyone, yourself, the colleagues inside this house, of course, members in the other house, and staff both in here and in the public, who has been very supportive and during my time of grief. And I want to just keep it at that and say thank you to everyone for the records. I cease. Thank you.
Thank you for your thanks, Senator. And you would know that our basic obligation, duty, sentiment is exactly as you have said, to stand with our colleagues, our sisters and brothers in time of grief. And we trust that you are recovering from that loss that is irreplaceable that you have suffered. Thank you. Any other personal statement? The microphone is offered to Senator Rahman.
Thank you, Madam President. Just want to make mention of a business that is a very unique business in Grenada. I have had employees that are differently abled. I currently have at least one such employee, two. And there's a company by the name of Attach a Leg Grenada. Attach a Leg Grenada. It's a gentleman from Iceland that is a prosthetics engineer that has made Grenada his home since 2005, I believe, or so. He still has to pay his work permits and all of these things today. And the service that he's providing to Grenadians, I don't think that can be provided by any Grenadian. He is a prosthetics engineer. So when somebody loses a leg, he will design a leg, get it fitted, get the materials, and measure the individual. And when they come out of the hospital, and he will be able to bring relief so that I have one particular employee that was down, that lost both legs and was down for several months. And now he's back on the job because of that service. And there are certain things, certain industries and certain individuals that I have no connection to this business, by the way, personally. But if a particular business is beneficial to Grenadians and it cannot be provided here, I'm not saying how to treat with that individual. I'm not making any recommendations. I'm just saying that, that this has been my experience, and it has benefited Grenadians, and more than one that I know of. And so perhaps when these people are interviewed by the Labor Department, perhaps they can pay special attention to what service they provide to the Grenadian public, especially if there is no such qualification other than what is being offered on island. I just want to share that. So whenever that comes across the desk of Minister responsible for labor, perhaps she can delve into that and look into that issue. Thank you. It has been a positive experience for me with regard to those two employees having their mobility back, because if it was not done, that at least one of them would have still been home. It's depressing to be home. It gives them a new life, and it gives people like me, an employer, an opportunity to keep somebody employed. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Rahman. Before we begin with the motions followed by the bills, items 14 to 16 on our order paper, we will take a short pause to refresh and regroup and return. The Senate is therefore adjourned for 10 or less minutes. You can come back before 10 minutes, no longer. Thank you. Adjourned.
Item 14, motions.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, before I read the motion, I would like to kindly request an amendment to the motion for the fifth line to be amended from the said address being now debated by the Senate. I would like to ask for an amendment which should read, the said address be further deferred to another date to be announced, another date to be announced. And which the motion should now read, whereas debate on the gracious address delivered by the Governor General on the occasion of the ceremonial state opening of the third session of the 11th Parliament on Friday, the 4th of October, 2024, was deferred to a date to be announced. Be it resolved that the address be further deferred to another date to be announced. D, sorry. The debate, sorry. Yes. Be it, and Madam President, I'll read over this. Be it resolved that the debate on the said address be further deferred to another day to be announced.
Thank you, Senator. Would the clerk read the amended motion? Thank you. Thank you for your advisory. Please read the motion as now amended, and I will place it on the table. Clerk?
The motion as I have it now reads, whereas debate on the gracious address delivered by the Governor General on the occasion of the ceremonial state opening of the third session of the 11th Parliament on Friday, 4th October 2024, was deferred to a date to be announced. Be it resolved that the said address be further deferred to a date to be announced.
Be it resolved that the debate on the said address be now deferred to a further date, to another date. Yes, that's what I have. Oh, Senator
Madam
Sinclair.
President, it's more a question from the public. I know that the public asked me a question, but I'm just thinking, because we repeatedly go through this process of deferring of the debate. Initially fine, and then at some time later on, and the motion is really the government's motion. So the other side really cannot debate it unless we unless we move a motion that it be debated, and then we debate that to know whether or not we will debate it. But the fact that it could be deferred to a date to be announced, somehow the date specifically to deal with that never really comes. And so it tends to get wound up into the general budget debate, sort of. And I don't know, I'm just raising it as
This
something
is a point of order, Senator, from me, that let us agree to put it on the table before you discuss it. You're discussing the amendment.
No, I'm not debating it, it's just a comment.
Yes,
Okay,
but
okay.
I think that we need to officially agree to comment. Yes.
Done that yet?
No,
Sorry
sir.
about that. Okay,
No,
good.
sir. I take it that the Leader of Government Business has placed it through the chair, and the chair will now place it to you. And therefore, honorable members, whereas the debate on the gracious address delivered by the Governor General on the occasion of the ceremonial state opening of the third session of the 11th Parliament on Friday, the 4th of October 2024, was deferred to a date to be announced, be it resolved that the debate on the said address be now deferred to another date. This is a question. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Not vote yet. Keep it on. Yes.
Okay, good. Yeah.
Proceed,
Thank you.
Senator.
Yeah, thank you, and you're correct. And because we get into the mood of it's bit before and it just goes through. I'm just raising this as a matter that we don't lose sight of, because while the budget presentation by or their Governor General, not the throne speech, right? It's the throne speech you're speaking of, eh? Yeah, is a policy position. Of course, that is a motion on the table for discussion. And I think, and then we get to discuss the budget, which is really, if you know what a budget is, we speak about expenditure and revenue specifics. The policy that supports it is two different issues. And if we may go further to the normal practice of any law that we have in, there must be a policy that supports it. Then that policy should have some discussion and some rationalization, independent to the budget, so that it tend to always lose the gist, because most time to get to the budget itself, it's a different type of discussion. Whilst the policy part, the throne speech, should look at more policy relevance in that context. I think it's something that need opportunity for discussion and discourse, and it's done sufficiently in time to even assist the government in the framing of the final budget document. So it's something that it bothers me as we sit here, that is like we constantly, and not just us, but those before us, just let it go, and it become like a silentness, because you have to respect for it. It's a serious document. It's government's intentions, and we seem to just let it go and just deal with the money part. And I think that it's something that we need to look at in terms of how it's done. We may not have to deal with it now, but I raise it for whatever it's worth. But Oswald, I don't know if it's 450 US or 500 US, but for whatever it's worth, I thought I wanted to raise it, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. I'd like to proceed by calling the question on the amended motion. Then we can discuss it later on. So all those in favor of the amendment of the motion as proposed by the Leader of Government Business, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, say nay. We now have before us a motion amended. And now, and now we must vote on the motion itself. We voted on it now? All right, we proceed. Thank you. Thank you. So motion number B, Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Madam President. Whereas Standing Order number 63, subsection 1A, Committee of Selection of the Senate Revised Standing Orders provides for the appointment of a committee to consist of the President as chair and 2 other members to be known as the Committee of Selection. Be it resolved that this Honorable Senate doeth now appoint the 2 other senators to the said committee.
Thank you, Senator. Honorable Senators, the question is that whereas Standing Order number 63, subsection 1A, namely the Committee of Selection of the Senate Revised Standing Orders, provides for the appointment of a committee to consist of the President as chair and 2 other senators to be known as the Committee of Selection, be it resolved that this Honorable Senate doth now appoint the 2 other senators to the said committee. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. Senator?
Madam President, I would like to nominate the following members. Senator the Honorable Claudette Joseph, Senator the Honorable Salim Rahman.
Thank you. And the names proposed for this committee?
Madam, with the President as chair.
The names proposed for the Committee of Selection of the Senate are as follows: the President of Senate as chair, Senator the Honorable Claudette Joseph, and Senator the Honorable Salim Rahman as members. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. Committee of Selection of the Senate is now constituted.
Whereas Standing Order number 63, subsection 1B of the Senate Standing Orders provides for the appointment of a committee to consist of the President as chair and 2 members to be known as the Standing Orders Committee, which shall be elected as soon as may be after the beginning of each session. Be it resolved that this Honorable Senate doeth now appoint the members to the said committee.
Thank you, Senator. Honorable Senators, the question is that whereas Standing Order number 63, subsection 1B of the Senate Standing Orders provides for the appointment of a committee to consist of the President as chair and 2 members to be known as the Standing Orders Committee, which shall be elected as soon as may be after the beginning of each session. Be it resolved that this Honorable Senate doth now appoint the members to the said committee. And the members are?
Madam President, I would like to nominate the following members to the Standing Order Committee. Senator the Honorable David Andrew, Senator the Honorable Roderick St. Clair, with Madam President as chair.
Thank you, Senator. And the members are Chair, President of the Senate, members Honorable David Andrew, Senator, and Honorable Roderick St. Clair, Senator. All those who are of that opinion say aye. Of the opposite view say nay. The Standing Orders Committee is now constituted. Senator Adrian Thomas.
Thank you, Madam President. Whereas Standing Order number 63, subsection 1D of the Senate Standing Orders provides for the appointment of a committee to consist of the President as chairman and 4 members to be known as the Committee of Privilege. Whereas Standing Order number 63, subsection 1C of the Senate Standing Orders provides for the appointment of a committee to consist of the President as chairman and 2 members to be known as the House Committee. Be it resolved that this Honorable Senate doeth now appoint the 2 members to the said committee.
Thank you, Senator. Honorable Senators, the question is that whereas Standing Order number 63, subsection 1C of the Senate Standing Orders provides for the appointment of a committee to consist of the President as chair and 2 members, and to be known as the House Committee, be it resolved that the Honorable Senate doth now appoint the 2 members of the said committee as follows. Senator.
Madam President, I would like to nominate the following members to the House Committee. Senator the Honorable Gloria Thomas, Senator the Honorable Nolan Cox, with Madam President as the chair.
House Committee constituted by the following: Senator the Honorable Gloria Thomas, Senator the Honorable Nolan Cox, and the Senate President as chair. All those who are of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Contrary view say nay. The House Committee of the Senate is constituted. Honorable Senator Adrian Thomas.
Thank you, Madam President. Whereas Standing Order number 63, subsection 1D of the Senate Standing Orders provides for the appointment of a committee to consist of the President as chairman and 4 members to be known as the Committee of Privileges, which shall be elected as soon as may be after the beginning of each session. Be it resolved that this Honorable Senate doeth now appoint the 4 members of the said committee.
Thank you, Senator. Honorable Senators, the question is, whereas Standing Order number 63, subsection 1D of the Senate provides for the appointment of a committee to consist of the President as chair and 4 members to be known as the Committee of Privileges, which shall be elected as soon as may be after the beginning of each session. Be it resolved that the Honorable Senate doth now appoint the following 4 members to the said committee. Senator Thomas.
Madam President, I would like to nominate the following members to the Committee of Privileges. Senator the Honorable Andrew Lewis, Senator the Honorable Adrian Thomas, Senator the Honorable Civil Francis, and Senator the Honorable Mayana Charles.
Thank you, Senator. The committee consists of Senator the Honorable Andre Lewis, Senator the Honorable Adrian Thomas, Senator the Honorable Civil Francis, and Senator the Honorable Mayana Charles. All those who are of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
And of the contrary opinion say no. The ayes have it. The Committee of Privileges of the Senate is now constituted.
Item 15, bills.
Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I beg to introduce the first reading of a bill of an act entitled Bank Holidays Amendment Bill 2024.
The bill which seeks to amend the schedule to the Bank Holidays Cap 25, the Principal Act, to observe the 19th day of October as National Heroes Day as a bank holiday in Grenada, shortly entitled Bank Holidays Amendment Bill 2024.
Senator the Honorable Adrian Thomas.
Madam President, I beg to move that the relevant standing orders of the Senate be suspended to enable the bill to be taken through all stages at this sitting.
Thank you, Senator. Honorable members, the question is that the relevant standing order of the Senate be suspended to enable the bill to be taken through all its stages at this sitting. All those who are of that opinion say aye, and those of the contrary say nay. I think the ayes have it. Senator Thomas, Adrian Thomas.
Madam President, I beg to move the second reading. I beg to move that the second reading of the bill be taken.
Honorable Senators, the question proposed is that the bill be read a second time. Senator Adrian Thomas.
Madam President, confronting us here today is a very important bill that we want to present to this House. It's a bill that we have been contemplating for a very long time as a nation. And even though our party, our political organization was in opposition, it was of concern to us. Added to that, while we were thinking of celebrating our heroes, there was a call for this important date in our history to be observed. And one may argue the point that yes, it was observed. How? By whom? To what extent? Madam President, we contemplated on those two issues, the bank holiday and the date itself. And we believe it was a foregone conclusion by our ordinary citizens in Grenada, Carriacou, and Pt. Martinique that a National Heroes Day is needed. We must recognize our history. We cannot let things just go like that. And therefore, when we decided to consider October the 19th, or consider any other day, it could have been March 13th, it could have been Federal's Day, it could have been the 5th of January, 6th of March, 12th of April, May, name it. But we wanted a day with meaning, a day that signifies something to the Grenadian people, that means something. While many of us may have been going about our daily lives on October the 19th, doing our work, others were mourning, others were grieving. And Madam President, I had, not to call it the privilege, but the opportunity. On October the 19th, I personally had the opportunity to lead St. David's Catholic Secondary School from St. David to St. George in a mass demonstration on that particular day. The rest is history. I will not go into details. And to many Grenadians, that day means a lot. And therefore, when we, as this administration, listen to the people, the cries of the people, our nation, we thought this was the most fitting day, October the 19th, to dedicate to National Heroes Day. And so today, Madam President, we bring this bill to this honorable House for the consideration. And it's a very short bill, straight to the point. Madam President, it consists of 2 clauses. Obviously, clause 1 provides for the short title. But clause 2 of the bill, Madam President, seeks to amend the schedule to the Bank Holidays Act to insert the 19th day of October as National Heroes Day as a bank holiday to be observed in Grenada. Madam President, there are a lot of discussions surrounding this important day. And last year, Madam President, we didn't have the opportunity of this law. So obviously we had to go to the GG, seek permission by proclamation. But in going forward, our people, the workforce, the schools, they will all make the necessary preparation because we know that it will be a day commemorating our national heroes. And as we make the necessary progress, Madam President, the time will come when we will name our heroes. The time will come when we will secure an important spot to commemorate our heroes. And as we grow as a nation, our children, our people, will understand the importance of celebrating, of commemorating National Heroes Day. So, Madam President, without much ado, I now commend this bill to this honorable House for discussion, and obviously I'm seeking your support. I thank you.
Thank you, Senator Thomas. Honorable members, the question is that the bill be read a second time. All those who are of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary opinion say no. Okay. Take my mic. How dare I? Now that we've had the presentation of the bill by the presenter, the floor is open for debate.
Close the debate.
Then we'll take the reading a second time. Let me welcome you again, your first substantive participation, or your first participation in a substantive rather than a ceremonial sitting of the Senate, Dr. Senator Mayana Charles, and offer you the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. Greetings to members and colleagues of this honorable House, and to the Leader of Government Business, Senator Adrian Thomas. I too look forward to working together. Madam President, today I rise not in opposition to a National Heroes Day, but rather in defense of the unity of our Grenadian people. Heroes are not only those who die for their people. Heroes are those who live for their people. Heroes are those who sacrifice for their people. Heroes are not only defined by titles or tragedy. Heroes are also defined by their spirit of overcoming. Overcoming fear, overcoming injustice, overcoming the obstacles that stand between our people and a brighter future. Overcoming. Why then are we anchoring the legacy of our heroes to the trauma of October 19th? Madam President, when I sat there and I heard the comments by Leader of Government Business, Senator Adrian Thomas, a question popped in my mind. And that question is, what unites Grenadian heroes? What is that that unites Grenadian heroes? It is not political affiliation. It is not the offices they held. It is not the era in which they lived. It is that spirit of overcoming. And I'll just name a few. I mean, a lot of things I'm going to say here today is stuff that I was told. I haven't lived it. But, you know, I do read history from time to time, as I'm very fond of it. And if we were to go back and just list a few persons who overcame, Julian Fedon overcame colonial oppression. Tia Marichaud overcame barriers to unite a region. Sir Eric Gairy overcame resistance to establish workers' rights. Maurice Bishop fought to overcome social inequality. Our national hero, I think I will backtrack on that. Our beloved, I say, Kirani James, overcame a medical condition to become one of the most decorated track and field athletes in the world. This spirit of overcoming is not confined to the past. Let our Heroes' Day be a reflection of that spirit of overcoming. Not a day tied to death and tragedy, but one that calls our children to aspire to greatness. Madam President, if this day is to be called National Heroes' Day, then the nation must decide. The whole nation. Heroes do not belong to a particular party. Heroes belong to all of us. It is our history. It is our national pride. So I call on the government to at least, call for public consultation or even a national poll. And if October 19th is truly the will of the people, then let the people say so. If it is not, then let us choose a day that we can all embrace with pride, a neutral day. Madam President, I continue to beg your indulgence. And I say we cannot afford to get this wrong. The next generation will look back on this moment and ask, did they lead us forward? Or did they lead us back to division? And that I will not stand for. Division, I will not stand for. Let October 19th remain a day of reflection and remembrance. But let us choose another day to honor our heroes. A day of unity, not a day of division. Madam President, and honorable members of this House, as we choose a day for National Heroes' Day, let us look back at a very powerful lesson from within our own community. If denominations within Christianity, and we do know that we have quite a number of denominations within Christianity in Grenada, each with its own history, with its own practices, can come together to celebrate December 25th as the birth of Christ. Surely, we too can choose a day for our National Heroes' Day that transcends division. And I beg all of you to consider that. This is not about rewriting history. This is our history. It is about defining our future and the way forward. And if we are truly serious about moving forward as one nation, as one people, if we are truly committed to unity, then we will choose a day that brings us together, not one that tears us apart. So instead of guessing, I implore the members of this honorable House, and I call for national consultation. It is a time for us to look at what unites us and not what divides us. And I really do look forward to an outcome that makes us all proud as Grenadians. Thank you, Madam President.
I thank you, Senator Charles, for your contribution to the bill. Floor is open. Senator Seville Francis.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I stand to lend my support to the bill brought before this honorable House. And ever since the topic of conversation came into play, I've had formal debates about the relevance and the significance of this bill, or the day in question for that matter, Madam President. But Madam President, it's interesting to note that, or have you ever heard the saying that if you do, people will talk, and if you don't, people will still talk? Madam President, the day in question is creating the significant debate. Why are we choosing that date? But Madam President, if we choose a date that is neutral, let's say November 22nd, April 16th, a day that has no significant historical relevance, I can hear, I am sure, as Honorable Sinclair said a while ago, the public did not ask the question, but sometimes he hears the public ask the question in advance. So I am hearing the public asking the question. Why are we choosing, what is the significance of choosing November 23rd to recognize as National Heroes Day versus October 19th or March 13th or any other day? Madam President, to me, the importance here is that we are recognizing that we have national heroes among us, some who are alive and some who have gone to the great beyond, God rest their soul. Madam President, I think that is what our focus here should be. The fact that we are stepping in the direction to honor those who deserve to be honored. Madam President, you know, the debate, it baffles me and it confuses me sometimes as to why we are really debating this. And as our eloquent senator, and let me take the opportunity to also welcome another female young senator in the House. I did not get to do that before. But as my very eloquent senator on the other side referred to King James as our national hero before she backtracked, I love the fact that she mentioned Kirani James as our national hero. No, Madam President, he was not formally given that title, but to the Grenadian people, he is our national hero. And I can't recall at any point this administration naming any heroes. So what is the confusion, or where is the confusion? And I am sure the history has shown that this administration is big, loves consultation. So I am sure that we're going to continue to engage in consultation. But Madam President, it's also interesting to note that our Constitution that we love and that we cherish affords us the freedom of choice. And Madam President, even if we have the consultations, and I am all in for consultations, would we ever come to a decision? Madam President, just look at the number of us in here. We're small in numbers, and we can't agree on many things. So imagine we open the consultations, and don't get me wrong, I am all in agreement for the consultations. There's a context to what I am saying here. Imagine we open the consultations to the public. Would we ever come to a consensus, an agreement as to which day it should be? Because I'm sure, Madam President, I would love for National Heroes Day to be on my birthday. I am sure you have another date that you would love for National Heroes Day to be as well. So there are some times when the tough decisions has to be made by those who are in authority. And Madam President, that is what is being done. Now, imagine you have a child. And Madam President, that child wants to wear to school a red hat with a pink shoes and a yellow socks and a green dress. I'm sure you would not allow your child to leave the house like that. There are sometimes, as the parent, you have to be the parent, and you have to make those tough decisions. And Madam President, as the parent of this country, the cabinet, the leaders of this country, we have to make the tough decisions and do what needs to be done. Madam President, I love when I'm given the opportunity to make reference to the future of our country, the young people. So it would be very remiss of me to stand here to add to this debate and not illustrate in any way how this is significant for our young people. And Madam President, in my research, I looked at other countries that has National Heroes Day, and I asked myself, what would be the benefit for having a National Heroes Day as a bank holiday for the young people of Grenada? Yes, we love to fete. I love to fete too, but there's a time and a place for everything. And Madam President, I draw my memory back to October 19th of this year, and I drove throughout the country to get to Progress Park, where we had that event. And there was a stillness in the country, a very calm and peaceful vibe in the country. And Madam President, I asked myself while I was driving, and I wondered, I said, the people who this day, the people who may have lost their lives or who we're honoring, how are they feeling to know that there is that level of peace and tranquility as they reflect, as, you know, that solemnness where I can sit with my family and we reminisce, whether it is traumatizing or whether it's a moment for us to celebrate. But you can do that with comfort and with ease, without the noise and the distractions happening, Madam President. And I felt good as a Grenadian to see that for once we have some level of, how should I put it? The lawlessness was put to the back burner for once, and we had that opportunity as a Christian society that we love to boast about. We were able to behave like Christians for once, Madam President. Madam President, let me get back to the applicability of this bill to our young people and the possible benefits that it can have. I know that, and Senator Andrew will agree with me, that we're trying to ensure that in our education system, Madam President, we have history at the forefront. Because a lot of the times we teach about other people's history, but not ours. And I see that this day, being a holiday, can spark questions among our children and our youth in their families. You can see, I can envision the young people asking their mothers and their grandmothers and their fathers, what happened on that day? What was it like for you? I can see that. I'm sure Senator Thomas will agree with me that in the home, the parenting programs and all that they're trying to implement, that, you know, family unity and all that, all of those things can emerge from having a day like that, being recognized as our National Heroes Day, no matter who the heroes we name going forward. Madam President, so the increased awareness for me is something that I value, with that day being recognized as National Heroes Day. Madam President, I also want to, for me, I appreciate that on the day we can have youth participation in meaningful activities. And when I say meaningful activities, this is what I mean. Initiatives that would promote teamwork. I can see our community groups coming out and hosting events that are not too boisterous and lawless, but that can ignite that. I can see a youth group coming together and holding a forum, for example, discussing what the day means to us, our history and all of those things. Madam Speaker, Madam President, sorry, I want us to think, look at the bigger picture, and let us not just look at the date or the significance of the date. But I also want us to recognize that national pride, Madam President. Whenever I stand to speak or represent Grenada, I always do it with a sense of pride. And I recall when I had a conversation with the same young lady from, our guest speaker from Anguilla, and as we drove through from Maurice Bishop International Airport, and we came down the highway, and she said, this highway is named after the man that said, forward ever, backward never, right? I got chills, Madam President. You know why? Because the things that we take for granted, other people are appreciating it. And I recall one time when I represented Grenada in Malaysia, and I had the opportunity to walk throughout the conference holding that flag. And I got on the stage, and the tears bathed me as our national anthem was played. It feels good to be a Grenadian. It feels good to know that we have a rich history, something that we can appreciate, Madam President. And I truly believe that this day, whatever date we choose, but in the context of here, October 19th, will instill a different level of national pride and patriotism for our people of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit Martinique, because we would learn about the contributions of our national heroes that instills the pride of our national heroes. And it will motivate us to contribute. It will motivate other young people like myself and Senator Charles to contribute positively to society. Madam President, this is my contribution to the bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Sybil Francis.
Thank you.
Senator Dwight Horsford, you have the floor, Senator.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise following in the gentle and diplomatic footsteps of my distinguished friend, Senator the Honorable Dr. Diana Charles. Madam President, though this may be a foregone conclusion, given the configuration of this House, I must record our contribution, our sentiments on behalf of the opposition in relation to this bill and what we see underpins it. We do not oppose the observance of a Heroes' Day, a National Heroes' Day. Not in the least. We do not oppose the observance of a National Heroes' Day. But October 19th is a day of its own significance. It has its peculiar tornado of sentiments. Indeed, October 19th is known practically for the same thing in Grenada as it is known externally to the world in relation to what happened in Grenada on that day. There's nothing glorious about it, quite the opposite, inglorious. And my sister is quite correct. And wise persons would be willing to listen to that view, which is that you do not anchor something that is broader than the tragedy of that day. You do not anchor celebrating heroes who, I imagine, must be people from all walks of life and who have contributed in diverse ways to building our nation, particularly as we celebrate the milestone of 50 years of an independent state. Why confuse people? But there seems to be, and forgive me if I don't have the same dexterity as my distinguished friend, two things that seem to be inspiring: a focus or a fetish with that day. One, an obsession or for this nostalgia of some past glory days by some, and an infatuation with certain figures on the stage at that time by some. And second, Madam President, the serpentine slither, a cunning hand, by some who desire a different narrative or a slightly different historical narrative regarding those events on that day. That day is remembered, Madam President, for tragedy. The bitter, shocking and traumatic culmination of an experiment in this country. Perhaps our most important frontline lesson from it is what can happen when there is disunity, division, and power grab. How is that fitting as a day of remembrance of heroes generally that have contributed to the development of this country to this point of 50 years? And if indeed particularly the fixation is that day, who are the heroes? The slain officials? Civilians who were collateral damage in the counter-coup gunplay? Or is it the villainous few who survived to tell a different story now? Who are the heroes in relation to that particular day? Do not confuse the people. Then again, one can only confuse the people if you're confused yourself. Madam President, our Heroes' Day must be observed. We must mark it after 50 years. We will have ample social memory and record of those who have triumphed in many ways to define, refine, and mold what Grenada and Grenadianism is, certainly to this point of 50 years of statehood. And it must be within our grasp and it must be at our fingertips. The recall of these varied contributions by varied persons, not only since the time of independence, but those who laid the foundation for it. Because this journey of statehood is just that. It is a journey. It's not an event. It's a process of our own national evolution. And this is an unnecessary controversy because there is so much trauma wrapped up in that particular day and its events. Such trauma that touches various households even to this day. To this day. And so that is why we say, like my distinguished sister, this does not bring any closure. This does not bring any clarity, quite the opposite. This does not bring healing. This does not bring any unity. So why undertake it? We have said, and I will repeat it here, we support observing a Heroes Day. This particular day has its own unique significance in relation to which what you are undertaking now only serves to open wounds and revive abated heartache. Choose a neutral day and let us celebrate all kinds of contributions and heroes of all kinds. Now, I've heard in another place reference to days marked in relation to struggles in World War II and the independence struggles of some African and European countries. Quite so. But what is the distinction? Those days marked a liberation struggle. In the case of some African countries, struggle for a republic, an independent republic, away from British colonialism. And quite unlike our independence struggles, these were struggles by taking up arms, so people lost their lives. The distinction is obvious between such days of remembrance and the one we have fastened on today. Big difference between the tragic implosion of an experiment that almost broke the soul of a nation to a remembrance of a people fighting and struggling for national identity, freedom, and self-determination. Years apart, miles apart in significance. But, Madam President, I had the occasion to make comment on this before, and I recalled a verse in a song where it was mentioned that, a fool loses tomorrow by looking back at yesterday. As my distinguished friend said, we have an opportunity now to sit or stand on the mountaintop and survey 50 years to this point and look at the panoramic view in front of us. Having done this and having gone through all of this, having achieved this, all of this, where do we now go? Rather than, as I see my friends are bent on, looking backwards to reignite. An old wound, an old controversy. So, Madam President, my friends will do as they decide that they will do. But for posterity, we have recorded our caution by those things which I have just said. And with these words, these are my contributions on behalf of the opposition in relation to this amendment, and I thank you for the time.
I thank the returning senator for his contribution. If this is the end of the discussions, I offer the floor to Senator Adrian Thomas, the mover of the bill.
That was about to wrap up before the end, okay?
Senator? Senator Lewis, I'd like to hear what you are saying.
Well, like Ansirika asked, I mean, we sort of alternate. So I know that they were looking at us, so that's all. That was the secret I was saying.
Don't make that assumption. All right. I will wrap up if there is nobody making any comments.
Hello.
So I'll go.
The floor is offered to Senator Britton. Thank you, Senator. Proceed.
Thank you, Madam President. Well, since my colleague indicated what has taken precedence, where, we go vice versa, one on this side, presentation on this side, and on the other side. I too rise with the sentiment expressed, the bill put forward by the leader of government business on this side of the House, Madam President, in support of the National Heroes Day recognition and the bank holiday bill, Madam President. I know the October 19th has a lot of significant, it's a part of our history, and we taking the opportunity to recognize what had happened or reflecting on what had happened during that time rather than just being passive about it. I strongly support the initiative put forward by this administration to recognize, first and foremost, the contributions made. The government has not announced any national heroes. We leave that up to the general public to do so when the time comes. But recognizing the day and its significance, I mean, imagine a leader, a prime minister, and his entire cabinet, or some of his cabinet members, colleagues, being executed on that day, and we just see it like, is anybody who passed? I think it's something that we do not want to continue as, just being passive as a nation. Every time on November 1st and 2nd, remember the souls of those who passed and so on. It doesn't matter how many years that they pass. So having to take that initiative as an administration, I think that is commendable. And I just want to record my support for this bill, my full support, 150%, Madam President. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Britton. Thank you. Senator St. Clair.
Yeah, Madam President, I wish to make some contributions to this bill that is before us, as it's entitled, the Bank Holidays Amendment Act 2024. I know that inside of this Bank Amendment Bill 2024, it captures two components. I think we're only speaking about one. It speaks about one, that is second Monday in August, and the day following, which shall be known and referred to as the Carnival August celebrations. And it also speaks about October 19th as a National Heroes Day. So we're speaking about two issues, is my understanding of the bill before us, essentially saying that the Tuesday, it's written in legal language, but basically what we know as Carnival Tuesday, I interpret here the bill is saying, look, it says the second Monday in August and the day following. So the day following Monday to me is Tuesday. Sometimes we try to make things too complicated unless we feel that the day Tuesday, the names of the week or the days of the week, the names of them will change and it wouldn't be Tuesday, so it's better to just say the day following. Anyways, Madam President, I want to preface my overall presentation and saying there has been a call by the private sector over and over that we have too much holidays in this country and we're holding up productivity. That has been a private sector call. In fact, many people are very happy when Rainbow City Tuesday was off the books because the business community get another day for businesses. In fact, you'd find now some of the businesses open on Saturdays and longer hours, these banks, of course, because they want to encourage more business. So we must not lose sight of this. I know we have the business senator here, but I want to not lose sight of this in the argument because farmers, ourselves in this sector, we lose business too. Every time business closes down, they can't sell their produce and they have difficulty because people, as my dear Senator Francis say, having fun and fetting, so they can't work the day before, they can't work the day after because they're still fetting an effect. So let us not lose sight of what the bill is in front of us. There are two issues. So now Carnival Tuesday is a day. Businesses know that if workers have to come to work, for some means or format, it's a cost. You have to pay them double pay. You may have to send transport to pick them up. And all of those consequences. So I say this to say sometimes as legislators, we have to look at the impact of what we're trying to achieve. And so when we pack these two things together, it's what I refer to as a hoodwink. Because up to now, I'm the first person speaking early and mentioning about this Carnival Tuesday. Because it was silent in the document to the public, to us, we've seen it. So it's not just Heroes Day. The other part of the bill as presented to us speaks about the famous October 19th. And so if I make some preliminary statements based on some of the statements that were made, for example, the leader of government business and presenter of the motion bill speaks about he led, not before he speaks of, long before the NDC administration is in government, that has been a pledge people have been calling for, and so he responds. It's politics, it's fine. So you have to do it, as Senator Dwight House says, so it's a commitment you make, so you deliver. Okay. And then we get into the sentimentality and say, well, I led a demonstration I was leading. Well, I don't know. I mean, if that's a campaign to us, to be a hero too, but it's a different discussion. But you see, this, Madam President, we deal with many bills around here and many motions. And this is, to me, what I call a social conscious bill, in that the relevance, the impact is not one of regulation, not one of managing some law to ensure public safety, to ensure, to keep order. It's something nice to have. So have a second Carnival Tuesday, it's nice to have, social conscience. This one is not necessarily a social conscience, but how it's been presented is something like a social conscience to make people happy and to conform to things. The truth is, do you really need to recognize outstanding persons who have done so? Any country? Of course, yes. And so, I also listened to my good friend on the West, Senator Britton, speaks about the day Prime Minister was killed. And so I quipped to my good friend, Senator Rahman, and I said, well, what did was Jesus Christ crucified? And he laughed. So sometimes we have to be careful how we connect things. How we connect things. Right? So there was a day, so we find another day. And so we have to be careful that the benchmark that we are using. And so I then ask myself some other questions surrounding this, the issue of regulations. What are the regulations that would guide how this is done? You see that the public, and the interesting thing about this is when it happens post. So the debate on this issue is happening post. Post, yes, the Governor General, we cannot bring a name into disrepute in the proclamation, etc. But this is discussing a matter that was closed technically. You know, because it don't happen already. And if this plan was to happen so long, there is no regulation, it's a simple motion, 2 lines. This could have been presented earlier, enough time before the real date of October 19. It's 2 lines, not a big 10-page document. So I'm trying to figure out, as Senator Luis was saying, the steps. This one didn't get caught in a quick step because this could have been done long. Way ahead of October 19. So, do we need heroes? And I think this is the question. And what do you do as a country? You have a day, you have a special holiday for this. It could be a holiday. It could not be a holiday. And if you're going to have a holiday, the question then is, what do you really do for this holiday? What are the protocols? How do you go about this recognition? What are the things that would constitute this recognition? Of course, the world has many countries, and there are many other countries which look at heroes, and there might be certain protocols of activities that they do. We'll be watching to see what are the things. The first one that took place, fine, is initiation, you start in your learning. But if you're going to have a law, which is going to happen in this space, there must be regulations, protocols for those who come after us. Now, it takes me to the next question, Madam President. The issue of, I don't want to, I'm saying who are these heroes, who will they be? Because how we frame certain things, make the mind think in a certain way. And as was clearly alluded and in the public, October 19th your mind tend to concentrate around things, people, events. That's what the mind is. They will tell you that in psychology. Because this is like the significant time. So when we speak about the death of Jesus Christ, we know that solemnness around that space of time, how things is framed. We know in Carnival, for the Carnival Monday and Tuesday, we know how things is framed for that. So I'm saying this to say, we all know what October 19th was. And so, was that a suitable day? I think that's another point of consideration. And sometimes there is ways to do things and there is ways to do things. And so you wonder if this was sort of slipped in because the debate would come and say, well, maybe we find another day, etc. So you slip it in the back. And these are all strategies. But we come back to the whole issue of social conscience. Social conscience. And this day, October 19th, is a national sacred day, in my opinion, that shouldn't be tampered with. What we are doing with it is that we are, it's like you have grapefruit juice, 100% grapefruit juice, but somewhere along the line, you find you want to put water in it, or you feel you want to put salt in it, or you feel you want to put sugar in it. And so the truth is, this could never be grapefruit juice, 100%. It will be some drink that contains grapefruit and many other things. And so the question would ask, would October 19th be October 19th? It will never be. And so you would find all those who like grapefruit, that will be their day. Those who like sugar, that will be their day. And so on that day, you would have a diversity of issues because you have too much things in the pot. In St. Vincent, I think they call it boiling. Too much things in the pot. And it comes back to my fundamental point, Madam President. You would have to put regulations to control all this set of things that are going on because we're creating too much options. This is why in technology, that come with apps, they take complex things and they do simple activities. You have many apps, but when you focus on this app is for that. And I think we are making things complex. Now, in our sector, see, we're late, eh? We are very late. In our sector, the agriculture fishing sector, whereas we may have a few MBE, OBE recognized by the Queen and the King, etc., we ask ourselves, where do they fit in this heroism business? Do they have to see as a champion running down behind a old thief? So they run down a man and so they are a hero? Where is the hero? They run down some thief in the goat or the sheep or something. They come up with some special technology and so on, and they recognize the contribution for innovation and stuff. So mentally, they ask themselves where they fit in. And so I went back to some previous readings I had, Madam President, with what I will call the principle of the October 19th. Maurice Bishop, then Prime Minister of Grenada. Call him the principal because everything surrounded him, as my good friend Senator Britton mentioned, on the day he died. And if I may just quote it for the record, because I think sometimes we miss a little thing. Sometime in 1981, Maurice Bishop then was giving a presentation, Madam President, and you can easily search that on www.maxis.org, history/Grenada 1981, education 04.htpm. Basically, in the inauguration of the NISTEP program, that is for teachers. And he was speaking on many topics, as he normally would do. And he spoke about this gentleman from St. David's again, another hero, Konya, I think they call him, 55 years old. And he developed this technology with the beetle to control the coconut, the beetle in the cocoa. Because that's a big issue of cocoa. 127 acres, the whole history is there. And if I may says, and this was using no chemical, he was using some African breadfruit. I'm not sure what tree that is actually, plant, and that was attracting the beetles, and he set up a trap, and he held up to 205 beetles in a day. That's a lot, eh? Well, that's way back in 1981. But if I just quote the Honorable Prime Minister then, he said, that is what I mean by creativity, applying science and technology. The only technology that his brother, his name is Konya, knew was cutlass technology. Yet he found new ways to do things. So hear what he said. He said, so we don't have to use these chemicals now. Now we're talking about how we could not use chemicals, we use too much chemicals. And a lot of farmers in the private sector are also seeking services of Brother Konya because they want to use his trap. But hear this, he says, he's become a kind of hero. So we're back in 1981. So this hero thing was there a long time ago. And so it wasn't October 19th. And so the point I'm trying to make in this case, Madam President, we need to relook and repeal and amend at some point this day, where it can become a day that is belonging to itself. And I think maybe that is where the consultation is needed in finding that suitable day. The day that would be so significant for the whole country. A time when nothing else is bothering it, because Grenada, as an isle of conflict, we know almost every month there is some funny thing that has happened that could taint us from January right down. But we could find a time. February seems to be a nice time, because Carnival used to be in February, we move it to August. So things could move. We have a history of moving dates, Madam President. So moving a date is nothing unusual to us. And I think that something that we need to consider. But at the same time, I want our farmers, our fisher folks, and many others in this country to know that this hero's business, they can be a hero. They don't have to be on October 19. They don't have to be a victim of October 19. They don't have to have anything pertaining to that. And so we want a day, in light of that, that is not October 19th. Huh? Okay, so we want a, okay. Okay, yeah, so we want a day that is not October 19th. I think the people would like a day. We would like a day. We'd like a day, but it must not be, sometimes we're afraid to say it. Let's find another day. And I think it's fair, and I think it's just. If you do a polls, you may realize it might be the 18th, it might be the 21st. Let's find a suitable day, and let us try to be inclusive, so everybody feels that they have an opportunity to be a hero. It could be a 5-year-old, it could be a 3-year-old. And let's have the regulations. Let's see the regulations that pertains to this. I thank you, Madam President.
I thank you, Senator. And I solicit the next participant in the debate. Is Senator Thomas, Gloria Thomas. You have requested the floor, Senator. With pleasure, please proceed.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise to support the bill to amend the schedule to the Bank Holiday Act, Chapter 25. The second Monday in August and the day following, which we refer to as Carnival August celebration, is one where, despite we did not have the official day set as a holiday, we had to make recommendation to the Governor General to get the proclamation to have those days observed as holidays. Every year, we continue to do the same thing, and we have to go through the same process. I think taking the position where we could amend the schedule now will save time in going forward. On the second point of the amendment to amend the schedule, would speak about October 19th. I want to say that I support October 19th to be considered as the day for Heroes Day. We speak about a neutral day. What is a neutral day? And I would like somebody to answer that for me, please. There is no indication that the day we select is anyway tied to any political party or any grouping. I think because there was this incident on the 4th, everybody just have it to believe that it's only this group of people we consider as heroes. Heroes are yet to be born. We have current heroes who are alive. So Heroes Day is not tied to the grouping on the 4th. And I want us to be very clear about that. Let us view this with optimism. Why are we tying this opportunity to the loss of life, to so many things other than the possibility for positive things? So I just want us to be a little more broad-minded in our thinking. We speak about people who are still traumatized. And if we have people who are still traumatized, I think as a nation, we have failed these people. Because after an event like that, such a traumatic event, and as government, we did not put things in place to make sure that these people get the proper therapy and the proper counseling. And we come here and talking about people still traumatized. Whose fault it is? As government, I think we failed them. So it is not too late. And I think if we recognize people are still traumatized, there are ways to help them with healing. We know it is a very sensitive matter. We know it is a very traumatic situation. But we need to get people to work together to go past all these hurts and disappointment. We cannot give them a timeline, but after 41 years, I think probably as a government, we should work with them to make sure they go past those hurts and those trauma. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Thomas. I see the room is,
Hungry.
if I may say a little bit, yes, the room is hungry because restlessness has stepped in. And therefore, at the ripe hour of 1:57, with your leave, the Senate is suspended for lunch, and we will take up starting with Senator Lewis. The Senate is suspended for lunch, 45 minutes. Thank you.